Yeah.
Tekig just resubscribed for 3 months, yippee.
What do you mean you resub when you can't see the stream yet? God damn it. Thanks a lot. You probably can't hear me, by the way. That's, it's probably what happened. You can hear? I see. Well, then thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome back. But yeah, no, the fucking stream is just, I don't know why it's broken. I don't get it. I tried, not everything, but I tried most of the thing that I thought would be a fix, and nothing really worked. So that's kind of bad. Not even kinda, that is bad. That's what it is. It is bad. Really bad. So yeah, for you, I think you need the VPN, and I'm still like the weird thing is that I'm now back to 1080p in the stream itself, but it doesn't really work. And on the last stream, we had so many issues where the entirety of OBS crashed multiple times. So it's probably going to do the exact same thing this time. Not gonna lie, I don't know how long today's stream is gonna be, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna see. But how are you? How was your weekend? How was everything? Because I wasn't here on Monday, weekend still. Um, what are the news? Are there news? And so on. Because, that's useful. I have some news though. Kinda. Not, I mean, I do have news, but yeah. Um, yeah, same thing here. Same here. I've been working on, I mean, obviously, I've been working on this thing a ton, and I now have a better interface for some of the things, not everything, but some of the things are really much better in terms of the details. Right here, that this page is now better in the sense that the description um, on the bottle, I removed like most of the things, but I added most of the things back in an animation type of situation. So if you tap on the bottle, you have access to the profile of that bottle and the notes that basically make said profile. And so that little transition is a very nice thing, I think. And in the bottom section is what I worked on today, which is really bad, but it's better than before. So it's basically all the data, all the information ratings that you can have on that perfume. And right now, this one specifically is empty. Like I haven't rated everything, so or anything. Nothing is popping up. But yeah, that's the main thing. This one was pretty important to me to have like the transition. And then here, yesterday, last night, not yesterday, but like last night, I built this transition, which is not much. It's kind of glitchy, and I don't really have the ability to make it less glitchy just yet. I feel like something that I've done is just wrong, and therefore it doesn't working. It's not working. But yeah, at least we have like a bit of a neat-ish transition in between the two states with a grid view so that you can have more perfumes in one view rather than like here you're limited to basically 6-ish. If I mean 6 if you're like there you have 6 bottles, whereas here you have a bit more, just a smidge. So yeah, that's a pretty nice things. But yeah, um, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I know that Expo and React have most of the native stuff combined. So yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice. I think, if I'm not wrong, that's still working the same way, which is really good. This one was yesterday. It's pretty nice. So yeah, it's just a bit of a mess. I've added I changed some of the things here so that it calculates the profile or the user profile in the background first, and then it's supposed to do addition calculation rather than recalculation. Right this instant, it's still doing recalculation, which makes no sense. So I need to figure that out. But yeah, this whole section is okay. Something is bothering me, and I don't know what it is. Other than this, because this looks like shit. God damn. But yeah, it's just most people will not see that. That's the benefit that I'm having, right? Most people will see this, which is your collection when you're in free tier, so that you see the bottles that you have added at the top, and so you can like basically scroll through them. They are the same right now because I just added all of these at once, like the dumbass that I am. Uh, so it doesn't look like anything. It looks like I'm using a perfume bottle as a template slash image, not thumbnails, but like default temporary things, which is not the case. It doesn't matter. But yeah, most people will see this in the beginning, so therefore I'm kind of okay with it. Like you have access to this, you can see the payment. That's good. It's working. I can't test it out, which is annoying, but it's working. Um, and everything is fine. It's just I need to work on the profile to make it better because right now it doesn't look good. And that chart is good, but it's not as good as I wanted it to be in the first place. Um, it has something that is way too complex for what it needs to be. And there is some extremely heavy complexity that needs to happen. Um, I feel like I could potentially reduce the complexity, but let me explain why it is complex. And you know what? I'm probably gonna just zoom in a way that makes uh, more sense. I'm gonna. Can you fucking stop, phone? God damn, that took a while. Sorry, that that was taking a while. The thing that I have here, which now I'm zooming in, is of the notes for perfumes, the family notes. So anything that is green, fruity, floral, so on, is what is the main composition of perfumes. And so the goal, based on the notes and their families, I have them separated in top, middle, and base, which is how perfumes um, are built in a way. And the complexity is that if I go into whatever perfume I have in my collection, like let's say this one, the details of the notes for this one is going to be this. And so it has, I'm going to zoom in way more. It has these two in the top note, the pine tree, ozonic, and fig leaf in the heart note or middle note, and in the base note you have some sugar, some smoke, some malt, and some other things. That entire thing is the perfume composition recipe thing, kinda. And so if someone doesn't like this perfume, it doesn't mean that they don't like all of these notes. It means that they don't like the composition of that perfume, but I don't have the composition of the perfume, if that makes any sense. So I'm only aware of what is inside without being aware of how much is inside. So it might be that the person doesn't really like malt as a base note in combination with bergamot. But with the system, if I don't really pay attention to the notes in a way that just makes sense, I'm ending up with something that will basically say that each of these notes are going to be marked as disliked. And so it needs to do some very heavy calculations, which pisses me off, uh, in order to potentially result in something here that is like good. But yeah, like it's just wild. It's just wild. I don't know. It's been taking a lot of time. It also takes a ton of time to calculate things when something has changed. I know I'm very vague when I'm saying that, but it's really annoying. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm going through my perfume entries, and let's use this one for example, and I'm going through um the timeline entries, and specifically the timeline entries that has grading or scoring that have been added. So if, right, if the entry doesn't have any scoring, it has an entry, so something has been said, but the note is not there. And then as an output, I started at 3 out of 5. I ended up at 4 out of 5, meaning that I'm probably at a 3.5 out of 5 in total. But if I had like a grade on this one, I might be more at a 3.8, and I don't really know. And I can only use the scoring right now. I can't really use anything else, which is kind of sad. The only other thing that I can potentially do is use the favorite, like is favorite is gonna bump the content. That's about it. So it's just, it's a lot of calculation to define the formulation, define the notes, define the user receptiveness to that perfume specifically, and then ensuring that like if you go through something that you really don't like this one, I really disliked it, kind of made me want to throw up, which is not good. Is it because of the mango? Is it because of the ylang ylang? Is it because of something else? I don't know. So, and the user might not know either. That's the other thing that is kind of annoying, is that as someone that doesn't know perfumes, you might not be able to detect or say, "Oh yeah, I really didn't like the coconuts in this one." Uh, I don't know. Maybe it's the coconut and the combination with the chamomile. I don't know. So yeah, that's the thing that I've been working on. It's kind of okay. It's not great, but the more I'm working on it, the more I'm like, is it really useful? It is. But is it like really necessary for me to do that much calculation, which wasn't the case in the Ghana High? Yes, we have the same error again. I'm sorry. The entire stream is kind of dead. I think it's my cue to stop streaming forever. Yes. I can finally rest. But what coming in on YouTube? Um, but yeah, I don't know if I want to do like the whole calculation. I don't know if there is something that Stony, hi. I don't know if there is something that could be done to get the information without having the information too much. The thing that I had in the first place when I announced this specific feature in the app was having the ability to just check the entirety of the collection. So I basically was looking at the user collection, nothing else, and giving you an outline of the profile, the olfactory profile of your collection. But that means absolutely nothing because right now I don't know if this one I didn't like at all, or if I did like it a lot. Like there wasn't the check. It was just like, oh, you have that in your collection, and that's kind of bad. So yeah, this section is kind of annoying, and the calculation is kind of annoying as well. So we'll see what we can do with that. This was fun though in the animation, but that's it. Um, kind of had a bit of fun on the last stream before everything crashed to get like these informations, these cards a bit better. Some of them are still not that good. Specifically these percentage, I don't like them, but at least they are useful information based on your collection, and that is based on your entire collection situation. So, you know, it's I think it's useful. I think it's good. But yeah, Stoney, how was the weekend? Long ass weekend for me, but yeah, how was the weekend? How's everything? Kana as well on YouTube, far away. God damn. But yeah, there is so much things that I'm like. Obviously, I'm building for way more than necessary. Like there is too much, not too much thing, but there is way more things that are not supposed to be in there that are currently in there. So yeah. Thank you for the streak, Kana. Appreciate it. um, so the free food situation was interesting, right? So it was another cursor event because they are doing plenty. So I'm going there. Uh, Way more interesting people this time. So that was good. We had one of the um, main employees of Cursor in the building to do a Q&A type of situation. So I know things that you don't know. If you are using Cursor, you don't know. I have some information about what is going to come soon, what they're working on, what they want to potentially work on, and so on. That's interesting. He said things that made me really laugh for many reasons, but yeah, he was saying something along the line of basically like the company is really good, and since he's been starting to use Cursor and AI to write the code that he doesn't want to write, his quality of life improved so much. And that made me laugh because he was employee number 26 in the company, meaning that his salary is probably like 600K a year. So yeah, of course your quality of life improved since you joined Cursor and started using Cursor on the day to day. Of course. I mean, I would say the same thing if I had a 600K salary per year. So yeah, that's the thing. That made me laugh. But yeah, no, they are building other things that are pretty interesting, and the free food, because that's the thing that we talked about. I don't eat it. I go there, but I don't eat it. That's the usual thing. I stay there till the end to see if there is like some leftovers. And this one, there or this time there was like a lot of leftovers. They bought like too many pizzas again, so I came back home with boxes. And my goal every time is because I'm coming home walking. If I see homeless people on the way, I'm just handing over pizzas. So that's the altruistic things to do in order to not like throw away the fucking pizza. And that was nice. The first guy that I crossed path with was kind of blown away because it was like an entire pizza. It was like full service, full service. All right, cool. So that was fun. But yeah, I see the test, kinda, but I don't know if the test was supposed to get on both sides. I think it was. So yeah, that's the thing. The news, uh, the news that they have is that they are building a new plan mode kind of thing. So instead of having your AI being basically just this section and you have your chat, which for some people it's on the other side, but it doesn't really matter. And have I'm not worrying about it. I'm just looking at the chat. I see this chat that moves and I'm looking at it. But I appreciate the chat. So basically it would be a plan mode that is an AI based enhanced MD file, which if that makes sense. And so instead of having the model in the chat create a to do, you can create a to do in that plan mode, which is basically a file on its own. So that's something that is interesting. They are thinking, but not necessarily releasing yet, the ability to have multiple tabs at once. Cat, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's everything? Um, And so that what they are saying is that currently the issue is that if you are working on multiple tabs to have things work at the same time, and they, for some reason, both of the tabs are working on the same file because it needs to happen. There is some conflict. They are requesting you to save from one cursor to the other, so it's a bit of a mess. They are trying to do some conflict resolution things, and yeah, that's the thing. So that's an interesting thing. We'll see how it works. And they have been also complaining, not really, but explaining that if you end up with something um, that even though they have like new, bigger context engine like this one, which is supposed to be like 1 million token context engine, um, technically speaking, the models, even though it's 1 million on paper, it is usually not. It's usually 120K, 100K, 120K roughly, and they can't really go like they can't do anything about it. The the token window is at the mercy of the model providers and not of Cursor themselves. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly how Augment has done it though. That's the thing. Um, I First of all, I don't know how it works, so I don't know. The only thing that I'm seeing is that, or the only good thing that I'm seeing is that we have the new, um, uh, the new percentage of context understanding. Like if the context window is full, you have the percentage in the chat, which is pretty cool and pretty useful. But right now, what they are trying to do is to add more understanding from a user point of view. I wish I had like a previous chat thing. This one was kind of broken because I can't. I mean, I don't. I should delete this chat if it stopped. If it didn't stop working. Apparently, I turned into a slideshow again. See, when I said that Cursor and other apps are basically what makes the stream lag. That's what happens. Uh, I don't know if it's just the camera. I don't think it is. Anyways, cool. What they were saying basically is that it would be interesting for us to see the context and play with said context. So for the 200K context that we have right here, for example, what they were saying, and I don't know if that would happen, is in here, we would see something that says click on it and then check or modify or select what you want to have in the context. So that could be useful, you know? The thing that they are doing right now, though, is just simply summarizing the chat. As far as I remember, you can just do a slash summarize, and you would have like a command to just summarize the entire chat into something that makes sense, and that would reduce and condense the context window. So that's an interesting thing. We'll see if it works, but yeah, that is roughly where we are right now. I see that I'm a very strong slideshow right now. That's wild. That is wild for 9% CPU usage, 10% CPU usage. Shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. That is crazy. That is crazy. Anyways. What do you need to show, Stony? That's the question. Also, that's unstable as well for no fucking reason. But yeah, they do need. Why am I such a slideshow? That makes no sense. Oh, I see. You needed to show something to Kenna. Yeah. It looks fine on your end. All right. That's good. It does. I mean, that. Let's say it's my phone. I'm gonna restart that. uh, yeah, it's just Android 9 is old. It's old. Have you bought Borderland 4? Any of you? I doubt it. It's been on my feed for the past 2 days, basically, since it came out. But yeah. The I would say the interesting things from my For You page on TikTok and other platforms is that I haven't seen much Silksong um at all, to be honest. Like there has been some, but like mostly fan art and yeah, animations. But then right now I'm on Borderland 4 guns all the time. It's kind of weird. It's not exactly what I was expecting to see from the boycott of Borderland 4. So yeah, I haven't. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't, which is really wild for me because I used to see Hollow Knight a lot, and I was expecting to see a lot of it on this run, but apparently no. Apparently no. I don't see most games though, right? Remember, I mostly ass, but yeah. And yeah, that happens. I would say maybe you are not someone that has played Borderlands as much. I don't know. That might be the case. So your interaction or interactivity with other posts from the previous games might not have been uh, as high. Maybe. Let me just check something for a second, because that that is wild. Do I have? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That might be the reason. Yeah, that might be the reason. That, yeah. I'm looking at my task manager things and nothing makes sense. Um, like, at all. At all. So, you know, that's uh, that's the situation. You know, I used to play Borderland 2 and 3. I think 2 and 3 are the ones that I played. And because I'm a dumbass and I'm not good at games, I have never finished the game and I just die all the time. It's not fun. Even if I change the difficulty to something that is like some of the easiest ones, it's just not interesting. And the potentially online version that they have, where you can interact with other players and have, well, an online version, um, it's just most of the people that I've played with are better than me all the time. That's not hard, and therefore you end up with things that are like just games that are not fun for me, that are not fun for the others, and that's just bad. The only game that I was okay at was Overwatch, first of its name in the beginning when I was playing on console, but that's it. Like after that, nothing else. I don't think I have played any other games since that I was like, oh yeah, that's I'm pretty good at that. Nope, 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 nope. Never happened. So yeah, that might be the reason why you haven't seen much on your feed just yet. But you know, it's right there. Anyways, you have some kind of news things, whatever stuff. I stayed on this one for a second. It's in French. I know. I'm sorry. Um, but Bastille, oui, oui, is a French streamer, designer, popular, kinda. And this post specifically is saying like, what a great idea. Anyways, it's a screenshot of the picture-in-picture player on iOS 26. And the thing that he's not showing is that this view is a third of your screen. So when you have a screen size that is like, 440 pixel in width, they have done everything they could to put all of the buttons available when you tap on the thing to see the interactivity button at the options. And what I love about this post specifically is the community response of everyone else underneath, also still in French, I'm sorry, that is basically saying that I think we understand that you don't like iOS 26, and everyone's saying that he's just annoying. Like he's starting to be boring, and everyone in the response is just like uh, basically in the same realm, which is kind of sad. But yeah, it's not really. I mean, even with fat fingers, you're pretty good with this. It's kind of fine. It's just like, I mean, technically, it's taking like this section. You can make it bigger if you want to, but like it is a picture-in-picture thing, so it's really tiny. Lizzie, hi, walk on in. I'm pretty good so far, kind of. But welcome on in. Welcome on in. So that's the thing. We had though a ton of stuff in the liked because it's been like 16 days now. Um, so let me go back. Let me go back there. So since the event on, sorry, since the event on um, Tuesday last week, we've had a lot of apps released on iOS 26. A lot of my feed is just this app is now available in iOS 26, and that's all it is. So yeah, that's a very interesting system. Everyone's saying the exact same thing. Every app builder is building the exact same thing, and it's kind of crazy. I feel like we stopped here, which was for Techie specifically. The button itself is kind of the same thing, similar to the last time. We have other things which I thought about for the timeline section of the Perfume app, having like a letter slash more papery thing. So this one was an interesting rendering of how the letters and the uh, homemade handwritten yeah, homemade handwritten letters could be implemented. I don't know exactly, but it's an interesting thing. I think it lacks some details, specifically when you look at the delete. Like this thing right here is absolutely not a delete. This is a block of text and should be read for affordance, or what we call affordance. But yeah, that was an interesting thing. Um, Other than that, we've had other things like this one, which has like a lot of gradient that I've been talking about for the past few, I would say year now. At this point, it's been a year. So you know, it's an interesting system. It's an interesting thing. But specifically, these cards are really much 2025 cards. So if you're building something, this is something that seems to be a pattern. It seems to be a pattern that is appreciated. So that's, good to know, good to follow up with, and so on. I've seen this one. I talked about it as well 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Stamps are becoming a trend. So the stamps borders is something that a lot of people are starting to re-add in their design. Something that we used to do a long time ago, and now it is coming back. So it's a new old trend coming back. This one is interesting. There are something that I would change, obviously, but yeah, it's a very interesting thing. There is something in the, how can I say that? In the new trend of straight but not straight situation where this could benefit. So each of these stamps could be a tad off angle, having like a rotation effect of -2 degrees to 2 degrees on random, so that it's just like randomly placed on paper, could give it that more organic situation, which obviously I'm a big fan of and I'm using all the time, but it's something that just for stamps specifically, knowing that someone is going to stamp a letter very straight, very in the block where the stamp is supposed to go, is unlikely. So having them like kind of off centers would be a bit more interesting. But yeah, to be checked. It's a nice concept, it's a nice design ID, and it's a bit of a pattern. So you know, we'll see. There was this one that I saw multiple times this week, meaning yesterday and 2 days ago. And this is like an empty state presentation thing where most people are praising the fact that there is a lot of details added to that empty state. I don't really know if this is something that is good for plenty of reasons. The main reason here is I'm expecting these elements, right? This thing and this thing to be images. I'm not expecting that to be built in code as anything in the view. which means that if your app is in a different language, you would have that text being in the language of the target and that image not being in the language that you are targeting. So, unless they have built that with code, which would be fine, it's going to be a bit of an issue with presenting and ensuring that things make sense, which is my situation when you're looking at can specifically. If I go into, if I can go somewhere, if I can. In the Canna section, that is an image. That thing right here is an image, just so that I can have the arrow placed properly. And the word important is an image as well, meaning that if you are not French or English, um, it might not translate properly. So that's a bit of an annoying thing, and I wish wasn't the case, but I also have a feeling that this is kind of the same case, um, potential, but debatable. Something that we haven't probably talked about is the teeny tiny animation details on iOS 26 for the appear? No. Materialize? Materialize. I think that's the word that they have used for these buttons. So if you look closely, the buttons themselves don't exist, but then what happens is that they still affect the content once they are disappearing by creating some sort of a pinch-ish environment on the background itself. It's a subtle thing. It's really visible when you have an image in the background. Most of the time that happens in between two things, that is not an image, but it's a small detail that makes it more natural. I don't like how it looks when it's like that's really sad because we can't really zoom in. I don't think I would be able to give you like exactly when things are broken. Yeah, you kind of can see that here. So the effect is zooming in and out and bringing things inside, but not in a smooth way. Kane, hi, what on it? So that's a non not so good thing to happen. I feel like the expansion, the beginning, like this section is an interesting behavior, but it's also like not good enough to have that, you know? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. But yeah, it's an interesting concept, interesting animation nonetheless, and we do like it. So, yeah. Um I'm okay. I'm good. Heart is fine, I think. I don't really care. But everything is fine. This one was a nice, teeny tiny micro interaction that I have a lot of things to say about. Again, I have a lot of things to say about all the design trends that are happening. So, this is an interesting concept of on hover of something, you can have more actions. This is a common pattern, which is almost good. Specifically here, it is almost good. It's missing one really small detail, but just me thing. If you just look at this, your ability to know that you will be able to click on some things in that row tab things on the UI is close to zero. Like you might think, oh yeah, I can click on it to go to Alex Lang profile something, but that's about it. And so you wouldn't necessarily know that there are some options. The fix, which is not necessarily a fix, but it's kind of a fix option, is to have a button like a dot 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 menu situation on the far right, or a little eye to see information, something that would basically hint that there are some interactivity options, and the eye might be the best option, to be honest. And then when and only when the user decides to go and reach for the eye or the menu, you show the options. Like you transform that menu into the three options that you have. That would make a lot more sense because you end up with something that is hinting that there are some options. When the user is going to that menu, if they are going exactly in the spot of the icon, they will then transform the entire thing into the options available. So there is a psychological thing that says, oh, while I'm hovering the menu, it gives me the options directly rather than asking me for a click, which makes more sense. So that's the only thing that I have to say about it. Otherwise, the animation is good. Um, the concept is nice. It just needs a hint because some people don't understand that hovers are a thing. So, small details. Small details. Um, we talked about the fact that the iPhone Air is now the transitional device to get into these. And so these, I think they have been AI generated. I'm not sure. But they look like something that could. The reason why I'm saying this is because this seems to be the Gemini icon. And so I feel like this might be like a VO3 situation where it has generated something and that's about it. I don't know. But it's interesting. Nonetheless, based on that, I do feel like Apple has the ability now to potentially split what they currently have done in the iPhone Air into two branches of glasses, and then use the front-facing camera in the spots where we have the front-facing camera in the mirror ribbon, which are really okay. Now, not great, but they're okay. If they decide to do this next year, I doubt it. Way further down the line, I'm expecting these to be like 2K, if not 1.5K ish, just to justify the research and development going into that. If they were to drop these at like $500 to $600, that would be wild, mainly based on the fact that the Ray-Bans are like 400-ish. So I'm expecting at least 1,000 more. Anyways, I think that was a pretty nice rendering potential. So, just talking about this. That was fun, right? So we talked about that last Friday when everything was crashing. So people were complaining about the fact that you know the radius is not really good and it doesn't match and so on. And then a lot of people have been saying Steve Jobs would have never allowed this. And so that person is just reminding everyone that what Steve Jobs has presented to the world all the times have been weird ass UI with weird presentation to make sure that it had like warmth and kind of organic humanity situations. So yeah, he would have been absolutely okay with it. Anyways, that one was amazing. If you know, you know. If you don't, it's fine. The MacBook Air was presented inside of an American airmail envelope as a presentation to show how thin and light it was because it could be sent in the mail and not trigger anything. And that person is saying the iPhone Air should have been presented this way, and I think they are right. If they had like a very basic later envelope, sent on stage or in the video or something, and then pull out the iPhone out of it. That would have been pretty good. There is the iPhone Air in the envelope in the presentation. Sorry, the MacBook Air in the envelope in the video presentation. So that's something, but yeah. Anyways, this one was really interesting to me from a designer point of view. So, um, this is a this looks like an illustration, right? It has textures and grain and the small details and so on. And then they shared this, and I feel like I need to be in full screen to basically show you what happens. I don't know that tool. I wish I knew that tool. It looks really good and interesting. It looks extremely complex. I feel like this is something like Houdini or another 3D software. But they have been building this entire thing through nodes and geometry setups. And I'm kind of blown away by the output because it's really good. Like the whole thing is just node-based math and others, and that's about it. And the rendering is just so good. So yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. For the gamers around here, that person has done something. So I think this is a Chrome extension now, which is pretty nice. If you send an email, you can have an email sent as an announcement, and they've done others and posted others in the past. So that's just a funny thing. That's it. It's just funny. It's just funny. That doesn't change anything. I think I said that last time on. Who said that? Yeah, it is. It is useless. I forgot who and what I was talking about when we talked about this. I feel like it is, or it was on one of your websites, and I forgot who it was. Anyways, it has the energy of a kid discovering spring animation for the first time. It's basically what I said about one of the animation that I talked about. And it's just like animation upon animation upon animation. It's the same every time. And it's just on everything. And it looks like this. It looks like it's an overused animation for no reason other than, oh yeah, this thing looks good. So, sometimes you can limit yourself. Just a tad. Just a tad. And this one, right? What tech opinion can you defend like this? This one is pretty good. I feel like I kind of agree. As it said, AI will kill the developer market because it makes developer worse at coding and not because the AI is super smart. And the more I think about it, the more I agree with it. I feel like it's going back to the same thing that we've been talking about for the past few months. I feel like the fact that I'm not using Figma on the daily anymore, I'm not as fast. I'm still good in the technical, but I'm not like as fast as I used to be. And I'm not necessarily understanding the new features. There is a new feature in Figma, by the way. That is coming soon. Coming soon. I'm not like as up to date as I used to. And therefore, I'm worse at my job technically. And so here, because you are not necessarily doing the code yourself and thinking through the the problems and doing the problem solving yourselves, you end up in a situation where you are worse at coding than you were before. So I think that's a take that is pretty true and pretty good. So, small details. Small details, right? This thing. God damn. Very much useless. I think, yeah, well, this one was pretty neat, but not necessarily useful for most of you. This is something about metal shaders and how you can transform elements. It is some of the not animation, but like some of the options and IDs that I had in the beginning for the bent tab bar at the bottom. I wanted to use the existing tab bar native ones and just bend them, to get like that output. But what I discovered when I tried to do this was basically the tab bar physically is still unbent, and so you can only give it like a smidge of a bend and not like the amount of thing that I had. So I had to revert. I had to revert. I kind of wanted to showcase this one mainly because, and I don't know if I have it still. I probably do, but I don't know if it's going to be easily accessible. I probably won't. I guess maybe it's been a while. It's been a while. I know the colors. I know it's blue. Kind of. I know I liked it on Twitter as well. So I know it's somewhere. But yeah, dang. So when I saw this from Adrian last time's Cybersect, hi, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. It happens. But 1080p, but you can't hear me. I'm sending that's the idea. I'm sending people on YouTube rather than having them on Twitch. So yeah, that kind of thing was pretty interesting to me to see that, it's basically the exact same design, the exact same ID. And again, a lot of people have been doing it and recreating this same curved element for a long time, but it's just fun to see that Adrian is doing the same thing without disclosing anything, obviously, but it happens. Going back to what I was saying a second ago, these pastels, blobs, and things in the background is or are currently a pattern. And on this one, I have a lot of issues with the presentation that they have, which I made Stony change a ton of things. You can see that space, right? You can see how. Let me just play it. You can see how it just doesn't touch the edge. You know? So, if you want to, and that's just me being me and not knowing much but still knowing something, that's interesting, if you're looking for and wanting to build something like this and have, oh, that's interesting, and have your elements be on both sides proper, you could add spaces in the beginning and spaces at the end, but ensure that it is 100% of the view. In code, it's going to be this way. In iOS directly, you would be able to get something like, let me go into the image view. You would have the ability to get, where you at? Here. This. So in iOS and SwiftUI specifically, you have something that is called the content margins modifier that you can add on to, I was about to say on top, on like any scroll view. And so you can have like content margin horizontal or 1616, which means that my entire section is technically 100%, but then the the thing itself is going to start at, it's right there. It's, let me give you, I don't even know if light mode is going to help. No, light mode is not going to help. um Basically it's going to give you that initial element that is like 16 point of separation, and then it reach the edge of the card itself. So for that element that we were looking at right here, you would end up with that. So it reached the edge of the container. That's the goal. Techie, don't worry about it. As we said, since Amino is dead, don't worry about it. You're replacing them. So you're good. You're good. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. So yes, that's the teeny tiny amount of things that is a slight change. Specifically, if this app is built natively, I would highly recommend to use content margin for this. The only thing that I don't like about it, yes, I want, is it requires you to have your main container with no padding and then add padding um, for the rest. So for example, here, if we go into the zoomed out version, it means that that section or that entire page has no padding in any way, shape, or form. And then all of these sections would need padding horizontal added to them to reach their position, their proper position. And then that thing can have a content margin of 16 horizontal so that you can have the swaps. But yeah, I have stuff for you, Techie. I don't know if I will be able to get access to them through there, um, but probably at some point. Um, a lot of ass is gonna happen here. I'm not gonna. But there has been like a ton of new apps that have been popping in my feed that I kind of purposefully saved for you specifically, that are community-based content, I think, or yeah, community-based platforms that made me think of yours. So that's why I'm like, you know what? Eh, eh. Let me see if I can just find it because ass all the time. That's not true. Um, uh, where the fuck is this thing? The wild part is that it was something that was really much uh, a similar a similar vibe. Like I mean, this one is kind of different, but it's a bit of a similar vibe, where you had like very much sections and categories and content, which felt kind of similar, at least to me. And there is like another one that I've seen that is like really much the same. I mean, the same, really much close to what you have built, or what you're trying to build. The thing is, I can't find it. And it's just ass, as you can probably see, because I didn't bring back the blur. uh, Maybe it wasn't on this one. I forgot which platform was on. So that's the issue for me. Um, but yeah, no, it was really interesting and really similar overall. So that's why I liked it. God dang. And this one is interesting, but this one is more for me than anything else. Like it just matched my vibe more, and the perfume app would be amazing with this. I don't know if I have the patience to go through what I need to build for this, or for this to make sense. Um, but yeah, like these ones, I kind of similar in terms of you have your folders with your interest and your content. This one was kind of nice for the transition as well, and this is mostly for Jan because he has something similar. And then I don't think that was the same. This is the same thing. This is mostly for me because of the gradient in the background, and I feel like that's not it. This one was, I guess, yes, it's a bit of clustering related relationship in between people and things. So that was interesting. This one is just for the animation itself. I don't think you would have something similar, but the cards for your circles could be similar with the icon pitch with the image and then the tab underneath. But you have something really already kind of like this, so it could happen. Um, I don't know why this one is the one that I have in my head. It feels like this is the thing, but this is not the thing. Uh, so that is not it. That's not it. Where is this though? Was it this one? No. Yeah. No, that's not the one I have in mind. Uh, it so I'm really looking for it. It is exactly the same view. That's the reason why it caught my eyes. It's just like I saw the basically your circle view. No, it wasn't. It was a community-based thing. So that's why it's like I need to find it again because it's such a specific it's such a specific thing that you know that's not the one. That's not the one either. This one is similar. It's not necessarily like community based, but it is community based ish. I feel like group was one of them that I thought about. Um, but it had a view that was exactly yours. Shit like this. Look at that. Isn't that cool? No. I don't like it. I don't like the rotation of everything. I wish all the cards were just like going away in their direction and not all have the exact same rotation. But yeah. Um, this one is a similar concept ish, but not what I'm looking for. This is a learning platform, so it's not the one. And yes, everything is gym related, abs related. Yeah, I mean, these ones are kind of similar. Um, God damn. That's the thing that I don't understand, right? I like the post specifically so that I can come back to them and then share them. And then when I'm coming back to them on desktop, they're not there. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. This is Xiaongshu. So that's the baby of Instagram and Pinterest, but Chinese. Uh, that's an interesting second. I don't use that often. Um, that's not the one, is it? No. Well, fine. It potentially it is on Twitter. No, no, no. It's not going to be on Twitter. All right. What do you have for me? Congrats on not landing. Yes, yes. I think that's the one I've seen. Like it's. I mean, that's very much this that I've seen. So that's why it's the. That's why my brain is telling me it's the same. No. So going back to what you were saying earlier, right? You feel like this is Amino, which is like the original that you are duplicating, and this is you right now. I don't feel like it's a copy. I feel like it's much better. There are some things that I would change, obviously, because no, yeah, no, your design is much better. That's the first thing that I can tell you. The difference between this and this is like so much more current design type of situation uh, compared to this. This is old. This is very old. So yeah. Um, if I give you some feedback on this, the top section feels a bit cramped with the two pin messages. I feel like you might benefit from having like a bit more height in these messages. Not much, right? You are probably currently at like 6 point in padding or 8 points, and if you go to 12 or 16, you may just have more breathing room around this section. As always, the goal for me here is to have an exact square around my icon. So if you have that amount of distance here, I would have that. Um, Same thing, like just square around the icon. The rest is good. That is good. You have a good amount of gradient here. I would say, based on the current trends and other things, a gradient blur might be a better option, but also it is a way heavier things to implement, and it might not necessarily be available for you in terms of tech related. So, details. Um, Other than that, I need to do that. That doesn't work. What I have the most feedback on are gonna be these cards, and most of my feedbacks are not gonna be negative feedbacks. Kind of. So, the usual thing is, and that's a bit of a discussion toward or between designers. We are not necessarily okay with, or we haven't necessarily defined if that's a thing or not. Let me see if I can just do that. I think I can. Where you at? There. Cool. So, um, in this component that you have, good job on having that as a component. Also, Figma is lagging the fuck out. God damn. Here, there is a bit of a situation. Where people are saying that this alignment here is sometimes wrong, and they would rather have let's that's going to break everything. Yes, as expected. They would rather have this alignment, basically, with the 12 is the text. So that's the thing that is important. And that's the thing that needs to be aligned with the rest of the content. I'm okay-ish with that. Um, Mainly because if I'm doing this, let me just do this and make that red. I'm getting something right here with that 4-4 that is roughly good in terms of alignment for that corner radius. I probably should be around about here or 6-6 to get something that makes more sense. But I would have, or with this, I would end up with something that is more visually aligned, but it's really in the corners. It's really at the top in my containers, and that might not be exactly what you want. Based on the fact that right now I didn't take this entire thing. I should have, um, to get the exact output. But that's something that is my first intake for me. Is this. That's the ID. Let's say I'm doing the thing that I said I would do. So like 6 and 6, right? That makes it at the top, like really much at the top. Can I do that? Yes. And then what needs to happen here in order to get your environment working is instead of having 0 on this one, you double that to get like your output at 25. So you'd have your 16 on top, 16 to get like the placement that you had a second ago. Kinda, it works. It's not necessarily good, but it's working. The reason, or one of the reason why I would potentially do this is to get this button to be and to be placeable in the other corners. So if you had this with your options at the top right, and your views in the top left, this button here would be less distracting and less important, because it is less important, and less of something that people would potentially tap by mistakes. If I'm here and I'm trying to tap on the messages here, but I'm really fat fingering the thing. That sounds skinky as fuck. And I'm tapping on this. It's gonna open the menu. It might be annoying, and I might tap on something without really paying attention. Whereas if my more menu is at the top, the probability of me tapping on the more menu without wanting to tap on it in the first place is like way unlikely, or way more unlikely to happen. So that would be my thing on this one. Potentially bringing that button at the top rather than having it not at the top. But it's a matter of spacing right here. And so, for example, here, the spacing you have in between these two elements, which you technically don't have mode spacing, you just have a top padding. I would reduce that to 16 so that they really feel like they are together. They are together, but they are not like, together. Like it seems more tight to them. I do like the space you have though. Not gonna lie, this is fine. But it's just like potentially getting some of the elements being either more at the top, or let me put that at sorry, let me put that at not 6 but like 12. And therefore putting this one at 8. Just getting them stronger in. I'm gonna put red as well so that they look the same, even though that's not how things work. And let's remove this one because it's fake. Just the two. the fact that it is tighter at the top and tighter at the bottom give me a bit more vertical height on the view compared to this one that is more breathable. Both are good. Uh, Based on the rest of your design, I would probably keep and maintain that one because it works. It's just that radius that pisses me off. But that's it. Like it's just you know, one of the usual. It bit more rounded, I'd be okay with it. A bit less rounded, more tight. More tight. Yeah. I do. So yes, that's the thing. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if what I copy pasted is the actual workspace you have. If that's the case, you need to stop. So what do I mean by that? Here you have, I'm guessing it's not the case, but you have copy pasted something, and it is scaled up. And if you're working on something that is scaled up, you are gonna make so many mistakes because you are missing details that you think are there, but technically are not there. So if it's just scaled up for that purpose here, we're good. We are good. The navigation is still good. Nothing to complain about. Other than potentially the organization of things, because that's wild. Yeah, that's better. Okay, cool. That's a regular sized thing. Yeah. That will like 100% change my perception of some of these spacing and other elements because now you have things that make sense. Yeah. Yes, that's the other thing. This one's at 10 and I would be 8 because, I'm just 8-point grid on anything. It's just it will change on everything, on every aspect, and then your radius is at 16. And so I would have it at like 24 or 20 maybe for what you currently have to get that output. But yeah, that's the main point. Your size are good, so you can basically forget what I said around here because that was skewed. As I was saying, it's skewed by the size of the element. That's nope. That still remains though. That these two are kind of too tight together, and you might end up with issues in taps. Other than that, no, I don't think you have any issues. As I was saying, if you go at like 10 or 12, 12 is too much. I would say 10 could work. And then you have a spacing of 6, which for me you have a slide of a start of 10. So I would have a spacing of 10 as well. So that again, this content right here, that's my goal every time. If you have a background that is behind the thing, that's the point. And you get that to basically fill the container, it's supposed to take the entire thing. So I have like 1 pixel at the top and 1 pixel at the bottom. I explained both. But yeah, therefore that entire icon, which is where your eyes are going to scan elements, is going to be contained into its own square. And brain is like, oh yeah, I recognize that. Yes, that's the icon that I need to look for pinned information. Rather than having it with six, which is like too tight together. But yeah. Um, Other than that, yeah, that's a very small detail that could help readability just a smidge if these messages are important. Um, the rest is good. This one though is complicated, so that's the thing that I was kind of about to talk about. I know that they have it here, but when you look at them specifically in their current app and the ads, goddamn, you have the menu, the online, the plus to post, which is absolutely not readable based on the color on top of the color, which is wild, but that happens. Mint, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while. The chat and then you. So that's good. You have swapped the home and the online. This is a weird behavior, but I understand why you've done it. The main reason in my head is that you have profile picture that is probably going to be colorful and profile picture that is probably going to be colorful as well, and you want that to have some symmetry when you're looking at the app. I get it. It is not a pattern of behavior that we know. So we are not going to expect the home page to not be the first tab. And that is something that I'm like, maybe you could reorganize some of the content here and there to make sure that, you know, things make sense. My question for you in the online is that online for this circle, or is it online for your entire community's things? You started making font. After making icons, you're now making a font? After making icons, as if that was like just your things. Did you post about it? Do you have like something that I can take a look at? I would love to see that. Why not? Is it something that you want the people to interact with a lot? Like that? I mean, yes, of course, bitch. Think for a second. um, that's wrong. Don't worry about it. Have you thought about? Let me do. Let me do that. 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 Maybe. Um. Yeah, that's gonna break. Um, you know what? No. Have you thought about something like this? Um, because that might be an option to get like your online people probably bigger than this, to be honest, because this is tiny. This is like it needs to be doubled this size, to be honest. But yeah, kind of. that feels like a better call to action because it's inside of the circle. It's inside of the community. It's inside um, of the view itself. Whereas the navigation is something that is the navigation, right? So yeah, um, I feel like something like this would be a tad bit better with probably having these images and like, things to be a bit bigger overall. I would say based on the fact that this is like a 32 in height, not double, but like 0.75 up could work with like a 1.5x at a 48 point, makes it way bigger. You would have to change this thing to be like way smaller, to be honest, because 16 is too much. So something like 12 with, I guess, 0 on this one would make more sense. Sorry. To get that here, and potentially even if it's like, as you said earlier, that the community is setting up the colors themselves, you could 100% get that at the the colors of the community with the transparency you had to still get like that transparency thing. And based on the output on the selection that the user had, you can have your badge, your things, your whatever. Or going back to what Amigo did, just not have that and just have the icons, which I feel like is an interesting point to, just be there and be fine with it. I feel like that's an option. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. But details. Um. Eh. And Mint, if it's a generic font but it works for you, that's it works. As in this. Mm, mm. The thing that I don't like here, and obviously this is like a me thing, um, the plus is based on the community that you're currently on. So I would probably have the exact same situation where my brain is telling me, um, you should. Like that's god damn it. That's an element that should be basically here. Like because it is such a structural element from the community situation that I would have the post on that circle community things inside of that circle community thing, so that my navigation at the bottom is for navigation purposes. When I'm looking at what they have here, again, right now I'm currently inside of the anime community. On this one, I am on Mikudon, which is like a community as well, circle that you call them. If I click on the plus, it makes sense. But if that specific action is moving around or not doing the exact same thing all the times, it is kind of wild. So if I'm going into, we don't have it, but if I'm going into the homepage, for example, and I still have a plus, what the fuck am I doing? Like, where is the plus gonna go? Do I need to then on plus select the community and circle that I want to post to? Is it like automated to the last circle that I was in? Is it something else? So all of these questions make me kind of think that it would make more sense to have it kind of move away when it's not in its environment. And so if it only shows up inside circles and you have that navigation that just pops up and expand, I feel like there are some potential issues in there, but yeah, that's wild though. Goddamn. Goddamn. Let me see on this one because I feel like this is something that I saw. Yeah, it is. So this one is a bit of a new app that I discovered yesterday. If you look at the navigation, right? If I go on budget, it it moves. You can see that my plus or calendar icons are changing on the far right, right? Based on the tabs that I'm on. The thing that I don't like is if I go on more, it it just disappears. And so that there's something wrong about it in my eyes. Like it's just the first thing is this. I'm here and I'm missing the plus. That's the first thing. I'm then here and I know that it's a plus, but now it's not a plus. Now it's a calendar. And then on more, which is something new, I don't have anything in there. So I don't, it's weird. This is the settings. So if it was like settings and it disappeared, it made sense, but it's just wild. But, you know, details and stuff. I like the interaction. This is the native interaction situation, but yeah. Isn't that, uh, isn't that something that Microsoft has done? My brain is like, I feel like maybe. Uh, nope. Coresoft. No. Microsoft? No. I guess Scody has done something very similar lately. Or at least I have that in my head. Yeah, dang. So there is this whole kind of tutorial on how to create that interaction. If you're interested, this is in SwiftUI, so that might not be exactly what you're looking for, but you know, as a starting as a starting point, it might be good enough for you to just potentially go through this entire thing and then understand how it's made, how it's not made, and so on. You know, for learning purposes, it might be good. Well then, good. So yeah, I don't. It feels weird. I'm gonna go back here. It feels weird to me to get something that is that shouldn't have happened. Let's say this is your navigation, so you have like a say 340 because whatever, and you have your regular icons, buttons, things, which means that you have right all of that. That's your initial content, initial thing. You're supposed to have like all of your tabs in your navigation. On Should I do that? I should do that. I should do that. And let's do fix. So that's we are kind of good. And then this thing is supposed to be automated so that if I do this for some reason, yeah, we should be good. Cool. So if we go from here to here, right? If for some reason in your application navigation thing, when you are transitioning, something happened and said something is this. So your navigation is just you're on your main view, whatever. You move to a circle, and that happens. I don't see why not, but I don't see why either. Like I would say maybe that could be a bit of a better organized system, you know, to not do exactly that. I'm not against it, but it my main issue with it is that it changes the navigation and the user brain pattern of where the navigation lives is changing. So when your nav has movement that is implying things that are getting in and out of the view, you end up with stuff that are just um, widely missed by the users. So if we go back to what you have here, that is wild. That is wild. Uh, it, yeah. Yes, Tumblr has something similar as well. Again, I can't open Tumblr here because it's just bored. It's been a while. But yeah, like that whole section is kind of complicated and kind of hard to justify in a way, or justify to keep in that way all the time for me. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe, you know, it could work. Nonetheless, um I to be honest, I wouldn't mind this if it was outside of the navigation. Because again, like what the fuck happened if I'm on the home page and I click the plus? Like um so it's just not exactly good for me in my eyes. It's just I don't know. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It doesn't have a plus, and then it add the animation of bounce or whatever or circle or things to show you that oh there is something new that is really important and interesting and so on. So you would have like um, something like that. You know, they changed the whole navigation. I mean, you did share the other. Goddamn, that's big. But yeah, that's it. That's that's too much. That is too much. But yeah, um, oh, that makes no sense. Please don't do that. So, many things. I am not against navigation changes if necessary, but I would rather have navigation changes that make sense, aka I'm here, obviously biased on this one. Can't really, but I have this navigation that is added to the view. It doesn't need to exist on this page specifically. On this page, I do have it. It should have like a bit of a slide in, slide out, but I don't have. And then if I don't have a section or category or something, that center portion doesn't exist, but the other activity that can still be done in a similar type of view are in the same spot. So I have like practice, tab, helpers, like views and so on, practice nothing, and then helpers, practice, tabs, helpers, nothing because it makes no sense. If I go into a dictionary, I will have the option to just practice or hide the readings because it's making sense in that view specifically, but that's it. And then if I go in the profile, obviously I don't have anything because it doesn't make any sense. But adding a layer of information or of activities and options on top of your main nav is not necessarily a bad thing. And I forgot, I feel like I was about to say it's the other one, but it's not the case. Like here, for example, the thing that we talked about before, if I click on the search, I'm gonna zoom out a bit, it's gonna zoom out and move out the navigation. But if I go back, it just retract it. But I'm not losing any options. Like the search doesn't change, the app doesn't change, the arcade doesn't change. Like the nav at the bottom is the same. And I feel like the only other potential is this one, where you have that secondary level of information that is only, I think it goes away when you have something playing, and because I'm not subscribed, I can't do that right now. But yeah, that's, I would say that's the only potential thing that I could recommend, just so that you have navigation that makes sense. So the fact that it's two different navigations is kind of wild. If they had kept this right here and added that on top, I wouldn't mind at all. So for you, going back on this one, I feel like you might need to do that secondary layer of navigation to pop in it when you are in the right composition. The thing that is pissing me off is that the plus in the center is an enticing thing. It is something that you kind of want to have in your app to entice the user to just, post something, do something. It's right there, it's in the center. It's where you want the things to be. It's you know, it's right about there. It makes sense. That's good. Sorry, that's a fucking French person. Get out. So that's, the plus is right there. And that makes sense. If I'm going on Instagram, it's going to be the same thing. I have the plus in the center. It makes sense. It's where it's supposed to be. Um, and, like it's the same on all the platforms that are social-ish, except Blue Sky, which I'm probably not logged in anymore because it's been like ages now. Um, but you have Blue Sky here where the post is above, which is the same thing as Twitter, obviously. The navigation doesn't really change based on where you are. So I would say that's the only recommendation that I could have if, and that's the big ass if you can post on a global circle, like if there is a Kyoto circle that is main thread, basically, then I don't mind this because it makes sense to be like, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but if I'm here, good job, um, and I just click on post, I'm gonna have my post there. If I go on 60 FPS profile, and I click post, it's adding 60 FPS by default, meaning that it understands that I'm currently looking at something very specific, and therefore I'm probably going to chat with or post in or for that person. So that makes sense. But yeah, yeah. If that's the thing, the you could do that, but it's also a very bad thing. But you could do that. If I had like this button that is post for everything, and then when I'm on X Premium, for example, like that section, and the post is create a community, that break my brain. So for you to have something that is doing the same content, the same type of stuff, anytime, any view, any pages, makes a lot more sense than if it's like on this page is create a circle, on this page is posting in the circle, on this page it is adding something to the post, on this one is like replying to a comment. Like it's just you need the thing to be unified in a way that makes sense for everyone. But it does look nice. It's just there is something that is not good about this section, which is the navigation, which is the most important thing. Welcome back. But yeah, no, the rest is really good. Like that, these sections are really nice. I would potentially say maybe take a look at full white and full black text just to check, because it happens sometimes when you have like an image that is really bad as a cover. You need to make sure that it works, which is the case. So you're good. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Other than that, like potentially moving these two sections up to make sure that they make sense, which would give you the ability to have like notification and things. The other thing in terms of common practice and common user behaviors, the profile in the tab is common, but also profile at the top right corner of the homepage is something like, again, if I'm going on this one, if I go on my profile, I have my settings at the top right, which is something that people expect. If I had my profile here, it would also make sense. And for example, for your example, I mean, this app is probably the best option. I have my plus button that is going to be in the top right there because I can create an entry from here. I have the exact same thing right here, so I can create an entry from here. And then I don't have it here because I can't create an entry from the discovery view and I can't create an entry from the profile view. So they are not in the navigation, and that makes more sense rather than having them like as a center button plus create an entry at all times. You need to be in one of the two main tabs to make sure that you have the ability to create like a new perfumes. So for you to post in a category that would, make more sense. But yeah. And Sony, congrats. I just read that. Good job. um There is no global profile? That's wild. So you only have profile per circle? Is that what you're saying? That's... Is that efficient? That seems wrong. I mean, I get it, but that seems wrong. The first thing that comes in my head is like the Discord server name that you can change per servers without really, bothering anyone. But you still need to have like a centralized profile that is yours, which technically you do. I mean, I don't think you don't have a centralized profile in the database side of things, but for the user point of view, you do have, or you only have circle specific profiles. That changes much of the stuff. God damn. I feel like I need, again, I can only give you feedback and help you on the thing that I fully understand. So right now, you're giving me like a new layer of information that it didn't have, which implies that basically when the user is here on their community things, they are currently on that community. And so on that circle thing. So everything navigation related is still navigating around or inside of said community, in which case everything I said for the bottom section doesn't matter at all. Like that absolutely makes sense, and that's good. So, you know, like that's the thing. But it would imply something related or similar to Slack, Slack or Discord, where you can switch between different circles. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's basically the same thing as Discord, where you have your profile per server, and you need to switch server. So for you, you would need to switch circle, which is like basically switching how you perceived and what's your colors and potentially profile picture and so on. But yeah, that changes things about this navigation, because like now the navigation makes sense if you have that level of system switch thingy, the top level of the app, like there, for example. Currently in said community, currently in something else. That would potentially be something similar to, I mean, not exactly, but like similar to Netflix new apps. I don't know about the website. I haven't used the website in a while. I can't really use it while I'm streaming. But when you open Netflix on the iPad, for example, you start with who's watching and you select the profile. If you add something similar, which is like which community do you want to go to, which circle do you want to enter today, and then you select one, but it's like a drop down where you can change things. If I go into, I think it's in my recents, because I haven't touched that. I kind of showed it. I don't think I did. I forgot if I have the full design of this. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. I kind of do. But like shit like this. Like you have your top section, which has the name of the circle in which you are, and then you click on it to be able to switch to another one, and you would have switch from your favorite, and then you would have look for something else, for example, which brings you to all the circles available, which is your homepage. In which case, in that said homepage, a different navigation makes sense because you only go to um, like as guest in circles until you join them. Um, so yeah, like if you go through all of that, yeah. But goddamn, that's a lot of things. That's a lot of things. uh, yeah. All right, that makes no sense. So yeah, that changes everything. Goddamn. um, Nonetheless, the cards are good. You know, take the win when there is a win. The top section is really good. These things could be a bit bigger, but that's about it. Um, and compared to the competition, it is so much better, and you shouldn't be bothered or thinking, "Oh man, this looks the same as this." That is not the case. There is years of difference in quality of design on your side compared to what they have here. So, yeah. Um, if you don't know what it is and how it works, it makes sense that people are kind of unsure. Unsure. So, yeah. And then you shared this one. I don't know if I like it. You know what? Going back to this, but also the thing that we shared 3 weeks ago in your first attempt, I don't think I like it. I think the only small detail that I kind of like, or that I could see as uh, an addition to this logo in order to make more sense, is going to be a cat tail on the Y. I think that could make sense right here. So rather than making it pointy, you make it a bit rounded, and maybe you add a stripe or something. I don't know, it depends. Or using a cat paw in one of the O's. I would use the center one for obvious reasons. Um, to have that recognized thing, like for example, today I've been testing one of the Chinese app that I have that uses a cat as it's a money manager things, and their app icon is now a cat that holds a yen, because why not? So, eh, it could it could be something. It could be something. Yeah, I do remember this one. I do remember this one. I didn't know this. I like this for obvious reason. This is a very, very cute thing, and I do feel like obviously you would go that route. Not with the spank, but like with the uh animated heads. I feel like that's a pretty cool thing to have, specifically if it works. Um, it reminds me of Blank-ish. Blank is a bit of a different thing. This is very much Gen Z. That's crazy. That is not a 25-year-old. That guy is 32. Uh, I think blank might be something that you like. You probably don't know blank. Can I find it though? Obviously, I can't find it. I can't. Uh, let me get rid of these. And let's not do commended. Let's do most appreciated. And not this week, bitch, all the time. God damn. Why is this? Why is Behance so bad lately? Um it is in my liked post and we talked about it. Let me see if I have it here. Because um I blank is the design system, that's a different thing. I talked about it often. um Basically, blank was a concept or a finished product. I forgot. It's been a while. That I discovered in like 2013, 2015, roughly. That is an app to help other people figure out stuff. So let me explain. Uh, Basically, the activity is I'm blanking out. I'm looking for something, but I'm blanking out. That's basically the premise of I have a question. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't find it. Where can I blank this? Where can I buy blank? Where can I find the best blank? And so it is something that is was interesting, and was pretty good. Um, but it's just it had like a very unique at the time design language, specifically for the illustration type. Um, uh, Case study in one word. Uh, I just wish I could just look through my liked things because it is in my liked stuff for sure. Um, yeah, maybe. You know what? Nope. I don't think doing Behance um, is a good option. Also, the fact that it needs the brackets is like kind of complicated, and also the fact that blank as a word is a word. People are not gonna be able to figure that out. So, yeah, I mean, even that, I fear that this is not gonna help much. Yeah, it doesn't change shit. It did not change shit. And even if I do cite Behance, the usual, it's probably not. It's probably not gonna work. He says it's right there. God damn. So it's old, as you can see from the phone. But they used to have this really cool. illustration type per questions, per category, per things that is similar to the one from the Riz thing, kind of. And so that's why it just popped in my head because it sounds or it looks familiar. It looks different than the rest of the apps, the rest of the things that we've seen in the past. And so, yeah, it's a very simple. It was a very simple project, very simple idea, but it's old. It is old. So yeah, they basically had like this concept of you can ask a question for a picture for something, then people would reply. You have like upvotes in the replies, who is the best potential things and so on. So that's old. This one was published in 2017. God damn. God damn. Yeah. So overall, that's the reason. Yeah, I see. I do feel like these like illustration type that you shared a second ago, but also the other ones could potentially be interesting. I fear specifically here that this is too clean. That half cat head is too clean compared to what I would expect. I wouldn't mind having half of this cat head right here. It would like attract the eyes. It would have a lot of weight for sure. But I wouldn't mind having that shape right there in the logo. And it could work. But yeah, there has been like a lot of similar I mean similar, yes, similar. There's been a lot of similar logo design that have like half faces, animated things here and there. Like this one, for example, is one of them that is in the same vibe that you have, and you know, it makes sense. It works. It's something that is interesting. I feel like some of these kind of animated new brands and like are coming from Tubik, kind of. Um, like some of the first animation we've seen, like this one, the bear as well. You probably have seen it as, I mean, in the past, it's one of the most common logo animation that exists, and so, eh, I'm too old to, you know, care that much. Not the password bear. No, the bear logo. I guess I can just I should just go into Dribble because I feel like it's gonna be easier to get. Um, and let me put that in all time. You know, the Cub Studio thing. Probably you remember that. This one, I know they have another one. I think this one is the one that most people have seen. But there is one specific that I have in mind, which is not any of these two. It's one of the if it is for a music thing, as far as I remember, because it looks like a guitar pick, and it transforms into a bear. Obviously, you know, I'm looking for it, so I'm not finding it. But yeah, Cub Studio is very much the same thing. So it works as a presentation of what I kind of have in mind. If I just go on their fucking, page, I'll probably find it. um, 'Cause they've made so many, and they've made so many for so long that, it's really helpful to have them as a reference. And like, shit like this. Real good. Real good content. Gonna click on that link in a second. Mm. I think they have way too much. Yeah, they have way too much. If you want to go through that, please do, because it's good. It is good content. It is really good content. Real good inspiration in others. Yeah, Phantom is good as well. It is it's cheap to me. It works, but it's kind of, when I'm seeing it, I'm like, oh, there was like no thought behind it. Like the person did a squiggle on a napkin, vectorized it, plus placed the eyes in the right position, and that's about it. Like, it's good, but it's just like not. Dang. It is what it is. The the most similar thing that I have in the same realm of what I just said is all of these ones, right? One person one day decided to create these kind of fake 3D rendering for logos, for two letters logos, and then it was really good. And once that happened, everyone started to do the exact same thing. So we ended up with just that type of logo. And it happens to be good at times, but you don't have as much thinking as something like this, for example, when it comes to the creation of the logo itself. Not saying that it's bad, still, it works, which is the main goal. But it's also very simple shapes and thing that we've seen plenty of times. Yeah, that's also a thing. We haven't seen a lot of good mascots. That's the one that I was looking for. Dang. That bear, specifically. It is really good. It's really good. The animation is really good. The writing of the cub is really good. Everything is pretty cute. We have that. I would say this one is pretty nice. For the Rabbit R1 was a very good concept. Sadly, the fucking tech was shit. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, they are currently releasing other things, and if you go back into here, a lot of people and a lot of things are coming up out of China right now that are like basically the same form factor-ish, and it's interesting. So, I don't know if this is like a true thing, not a true thing. It's the same form factor. And I've been seeing a lot of tech on Xiangshu specifically that are mostly like, how can I say that? Not stuff that you would see every day. The play date is really good. Yes, 100%. 100%. Like, look at that. You don't know what that is. But yeah, no, lately, again, going back to mascots, because, you asked for it too late. This one is kind of new, and it's a bit of a non-pattern pattern. So it's an assistant, an AI assistant here. But when you look at most of the latest apps from China, they do have really, really good mascots. So if you look at Mira, the mascot is just the mouse because it's a voice-related like language learning platform where you speak and you listen and so on. So it's a very simple thing. If you look at Muji, it's a cat. High tea, it's a bit of a radish mascot thing. And Duodo is a dot kind of thing. And then Poketo has a cat, and so on. This one is the one that has the most mascot-y thing all the time. Like, we have mascots on everything. So you have mascots right here in sticker mode, you have mascot right here, you have mascots right there, and it's really, really like implemented with illustrations all the time to make you like these things. And they are illustration and not necessarily like animated content, except the login screen. But yeah, same thing kind of here in the beginning. You have like some illustrations, you have some other things that are coming in, and they are just trying to make you pay the most all the time. But it's a thing, right? And these are Chinese apps with a lot of mascot all the time. And that's not something that you see in Western's Western's app. Not a thing. So yeah. You know, it's good to know. It's good to see and check and so on. At least I would say that. Hmm, that's nice. That is interesting. Hmm. Hmm. It works. I think for you specifically, in terms of what you have, also what the fuck, in terms of uh, what you are building and the type of app that you're building, there is a lot of options for you to potentially get something out of a mascot. But it's complicated, as you just said, to get something that would work for all of the subcategories, all of the sub circles that you have in order to just get the most out of the mascot itself. I don't have like a lot of mascot-y things where the mascot itself just makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. It happens. It's fine. Yeah, no, these ones don't. They just have the hands. Again, most of my knowledge of mascots are gonna be around these titties because I don't, they are in there. It happens. And It's in there. Like these ones are kind of new. Like these are not mascots per se, they are mostly illustrations, but they are like kind of very specific. They have a very heavy illustration style that also works with the main, um, like their main mascot, which is this one that is present in the app as just the facial expression, but not the entire thing. But it still keeps that shape, like the mouth shape here. It's kind of similar to the logo itself. So that's an interesting thing. And they are doing similar things for a lot of options, a lot of apps. But yeah, lately we've been looking at things that are like these ones. These are AI generated illustrations, and I'm more and more blown away by how good they are because they are getting really good. Um, and some of them are really, 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 really good. But yeah, like this one, for example, is kind of wild for time of day illustration. I don't know if these are AI generated or not. I don't think they are, but I don't know. And at the time, I can't say. Um, but yeah, I'm looking for. I wish we had. We don't have. But also, yeah, these type of shit are the type of illustration and animation that we have in China or in Chinese apps that are just. These are not the type of thing you would see. Like you have a fucking Labubu keychain right there, and this big ass thing instead. You know, um, it, it's wild. It is wild. Uh, I still haven't found the thing that I was talking about earlier, which is kind of sad because that could have been the one, but I don't think that is. I don't think that is. We still haven't finished the fucking Twitter scroll at that time. uh, Sorry, I saw something for a split second that you shouldn't have seen. Uh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna find it. That could be interesting to you as well. These ones are pretty interesting as what they are doing. This is a language learning app that has, I think that's the one, that has like cards with topics. And so they are doing these illustrations, these things. They are not necessarily mascots, but they are like really similar. But again, like mascots are mainly Chinese for me. Like it's just, I haven't seen any new European and US based environment in which like a mascot is the main thing. Tolan has like a very common mascot. I wish they had like more pictures, but yeah, like these are their mascots, and it's a very interesting thing. This is not like a US based situation, so yeah, you know, things. This one was for Yan. I remember. I do. TJ. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Um, I've seen VGen before, and yeah, you're right. That's a very interesting split. Also, that I see that. That's cute. Chris, hi, we're calling. How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, they do have like, I mean, it is really, really related. The thing is, to me, obviously, um, this is not. the mouse and tongue thing. This is a French G and a V. So VG, VGen makes sense to have right here, and then they used it as the mouse. Or the other way around. I don't know in which order that happened, but that happened. So yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, I don't know much other than this. You know, like that's a mascot. If I haven't seen one. Um, but they don't have any fun stuff about it. Like it's just that's the mascot and you're done. You have the face and it doesn't change. It doesn't animate, doesn't move, evolve, and so on. So yeah, going back to this, it's just like I think it's too clean. I think that's my main feedback for that potential logo. I think it requires but so much more to be um a you thing. Like it it the first time you came in this chat and you showed me your website, I was blown away by the flexibility and the creativity you had in the details, these small animations, the things that made it like more personalized than a regular thing. This is like a startup from Silicon Valley situation. Like there is not much personality in it. There is some because there is this face, but it doesn't it it doesn't breathe personality at all. And it's so sad. Like you probably have seen um the I'll probably have that in the fucking I forgot the name. You probably have seen this, right? Nothing stops you to get like one of these letters and place the face inside for whichever you have. Like maybe the K could be with the cat inside of it at the end or at the beginning, like Kyoto be there. The O is a bit more complex to get because you know it's just eh, whatever. But if you started with the cat, it could bring so much, and it would resemble more of a logo in the long term, if that makes sense. So yeah. The personality I would bring on this logo is mostly related to the font itself, and it's also based on the thing that we've seen before. So most of the thing that we've seen in terms of what we have here, the design is extremely clean, and therefore everything makes sense. But then that's the initial logo. That's the thing that we used to have. And so, I mean, not used to have, we still have that, but like, you know, there is a small detail on the ear. There is a small, like, concentric circles, and it's not as perfectly the same width for the ears. The ears are exactly in the same length. They like it's missing something. It's missing some personality and textures and things to make it better, at least from my point of view. And these are really cute as well. Like these make sense because you have the personality that comes through that. And I feel like this is much better to showcase what could be for the logo specifically, rather than like something really formal like you have now. But yeah, I love this. I loved this. The first time you showed me this, I was like, this is so good. God damn. I think you have um, still like this has personality. Same thing here. Same thing here. Obviously a bit more, but like it has changed so much since last time. Uh, but yeah, like that. These are stuff that I do remember, and so you know, eh, eh. Yeah, you would be surprised. And yes, Mizzy, the V is really cute. I think my favorite on this is like remaining on the D. The D is really good. The B is really nice as well for to have like the tail being like really cute. The M is just Batman, so that doesn't count. And then the K is really cute because it has like that jitter option for the ears. Other than that, that's about it. And there has been like a lot of others font similarly created things. And going back to what I said earlier, if you had like one of the bow somewhere, it could make sense. It could work. Um, yeah, it's not that I say you can do better. Is that I know you have done better in the past, which is like you already had. And this one is, eh. It's okay. It's okay. But if I go back to where I was on the logo section, um, I kind of want to remind you that you don't need necessarily the logo itself to contain the name. There is a difference in design in between a logo and a logo type. Logo type is something that contains the type, the fonts, the words, um, and a logo might be just a glyph. It might be just something that looks interesting and works for the use case. So something like this, which seems extremely simple, might be working for a very specific use case. Something like this one could work as well, just because it is recognizable, and from far away, you are like, oh yeah, I recognize that colors, I recognize that shape, and it makes sense. Obviously, the name helps, but it's not necessary to have every time. And this, you know, why not? But that's really like startup logo. If you do that, that's a boring ass logo. And currently, or you just type something. Like there's nothing in there that is different than the font itself. And that's the same thing here. Like they might have changed some similar small things, but not that much. Whereas if you go in something like this, for example, where they went through the process of creating a square with the name square by making every letters work together, then yeah, like that makes sense. If you think about the Twitch logo is only is most of the time seen as just the head, but not like we don't have the word Twitch next to it most of the time. It's still there at times, but it's not like all the times. And it it makes more sense. So you just have, sometimes it's just this. Sometimes it's just a matter of changing one letter to make it less off. I would like advise against this, for example, because this is attracting your eyes on everything. You have The G is interesting, the R is interesting, the O is boring and it's the same as the first thing, and then the W is weird because it goes up. So I don't know exactly what I need to focus on as a viewer. I've seen it's just read and grow, fine. I can read that, that's okay. But I'm on everything. Whereas fluid, for example, the U is fluid. Um, like busy is disease or busy. That's where I'm focusing the thing, and that wave is the thing that is going to be used in the background, going to be used in other things, other elements, other whatever. And so here, the spin, the N is going to be used somewhere. The SPI are just basic stuff. Maybe the I has been a bit raised up so that it create a bit of balance, but that's the thing. So I would highly recommend you to go through something that makes sense for you. I don't know. Maybe you can go circular. um, but the font can change. The font can have like a smidge of something. Sometimes it's not much. Not
Mom!
not biased. On this one, uh, this is some of the inspiration. I mean, not this one. This one is a result of some of the inspiration that we both used for this logo. And basically, for me, the mom logo, which is from or inspired by some of my first logos as well, are like similar to these. They are like extension of, they are trail from the letters that we need to have inside of the logo and so on. So um so yeah, you know, it's like these are my initial inspiration things for the mom logo, and it's just because they are so good. Like that's just, they are so good. And then for you, you have some cats. But yeah, they are simple, and there is just one thing. That's all it needs, basically. It's you just need one thing that makes the text, the words, the things memorable, so that people are like, huh, that changes. That basically either ask them to read a bit longer, or they get it immediately and they're like, that's clever. That's how a logo becomes memorable, because they are like, either they had to think about it a bit, or it's just like, it's so good, I liked it first. And that's about it. So yeah, um, yeah, you can start with everything, to be honest. You can start with your first ID, then move on to something else, and then evolve into something that makes more sense. God damn, that's wild. That lost everything. I mean, here that was shit. Sorry, but uh, yeah, this is really similar to my previous startup logo. Like some of the initial, not this one exactly, but like the one that was before, which is hasn't been really published, is the same thing. It was a monkey as well, but it was orange. And then I went back in and I said, orange is not exactly what people like right now, so let's go into a bit of a purple e things. But yeah, we had this for a long time. Um, yeah, I might be. I was about to say I might be in one of the pictures there, but no, 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 no. I did my I did my job to not be in there. But yeah, no, that's a. I think if I type Foxy, it will uh, also look. Yeah, that's my logo as well. That's the one that I created in 2014, not 13, 14. You know. Eh, eh. There is a lot of things that I've seen as well that is really interesting to like see the exploration and how like some of the apps that I've built at that time in that era are either dead, sorry, or still alive, and they still use the logo. Like Foxy is still using the logo um, to this day. They haven't updated the fucking app in a long time, but uh, yeah, like the last update was 2022, which is kind of sad, but it's still there apparently. So it happens. Can is running good. No updates yet. I have been working on Prefume for the longest time. So much more stuff to do on this, specifically lately. Lately being right now. um, Adding so much. What do you mean try again? God damn. So, like right now, as in today, I added this teeny tiny transition thing. It's not the best. I wish it wasn't lagging as much, but it does. I can't do shit about it because I'm too dumb. And then I added some changes in terms of the preview and the content, like specifically the content that is at the bottom, but most importantly, this section, making sure that I have like the right transition, the right presentations here and there. So no real work done on Can with two N's, not two A's, by the way. um, and I'm debating something, but I don't. I feel like it's going to be bad, so we'll see. But right now we have the accent color that is the blue, the native blue iOS thing, and based on the fact that we have a base color that is pulled from the user collection, I feel like that right now I'm using brown at the bottom. I could use that brown inside of these, but I feel like it's gonna be um, harder to get like my accent color to be the app's selection just yet. I feel like something is missing, so we'll see. But yeah, I've been working on this more than anything else. So yeah, it's just it's more fun right now. It is not. I'm lying. What? Goddamn. Eh, you know, playing with things. It works. So yeah, now going back to the logo thing. um, you can have like a mascot thing. You can have a very simple logo. You can have something that is just text-based. It just need sometimes a smidge of something that makes the like the understanding from a user point of view that something has been worked. If I go into um, there, because that's where we are, and let's say I'm using this is going to be really bad, but you know, whatever. Let's say I like this font, and this is the thing that I want to have for the logo as a base for said logo. So I'm going to use just the Miku and not the rest. And it's interesting, we have our base, but we want something that makes a bit more sense or that works with the rest of how things are supposed to be. We like and we know, personally speaking, that these three things, for example, would be better if they had some sort of a smidge of, you know, bit of roundness in these angles, the ones that are at the top. So I'm gonna just do that, add like a 1 point roundness right here, and then these ones, I know that the internal, the one that are like right here, I'm gonna need to have roughly um, a 1 or 1.5 to match the outside. However, these ones, the obtuse one, the very tiny ones, these are gonna be tiny and they need roughly like the opposite. So we're gonna do like a 0.2 to just round them a smidge to get the output. With that in mind, right? It's still not there. It's still missing some things to be like more of a logo that makes sense to me and so on. So maybe there are stuff um, that could happen to make the whole system kind of work better in order to give me a feeling that is like much more appropriated for this logo specifically. So what I'm gonna do here is potentially just, you know, reduce that to match the eye to see if that visual weight could work. If that's the case, maybe using regular resizing rather than anything else could be an option. Maybe it's just needing to be somewhere around here. That doesn't seem to be exactly the case. So I can just attempt something. This is really bad as a concept. Don't do that. Um, but I can explore and play with the font to end up with something that just makes more sense for me as an understanding. And then maybe, let me just bring back the M at the right size. Maybe what I needed to have is that's going to be wild. Not necessarily what we want to see, but like maybe that's the thing, right? Um, maybe that's an eye. Maybe that's something. Like an eye, the Miku eye, as in an anime eye, that's looking. It's an interesting potential concept that you could just have, but that's little amount of changes that I just did without doing like technically much. Um, is pulling out of the that's just the font to there is some work that has been done in there, obviously not enough, but when you compare the two, it does you do see that small adjustments here and there of thing that I didn't know. If the eye didn't have that slanted cut and it was just rounded as it was a second ago, it could have just been um Rubik, you know, like people could say, well, it's just Rubik font, which is a rounded font, maybe, but that's not the case. So like that's the thing. The the thing that I do like about your name and logo, right? Um, is you have an opposite situation. The only one that stands out is the K, not the Y. You have if this one was an O and it was like Oyodo for some reason, wild name, you would have had the ability to get um, basically a, a central, low, central, high, central. So you have that kind of dual diagonal situation on this that could work and could help you to get like something that just makes sense. But right now, what you currently have is this, which is fine. You know, it happens. But that's your direction, which is okay as well. But you have that central position where your middle point of this, which is like the highest point or the lowest point on your Y and the highest point on your K, basically kind of match in the center of the O. So you have something that is aligned and rotatable, if that makes any sense to you, as like that's an option. It doesn't take more space or less space. The visual impact of the high and low are pretty okay. The only one that is different is the K. So that's why if you cut it out, or if you make it like a bit different, like let's say you change that to be kind of weird and a stubby, you get that high and low situation without having to do anything much to the font itself. Like I recognize that there has been work on the K for sure, because it's a capital K, but it's not a capital K. And I'm still getting that kind of wild center position that cut the logo O's in its center. If I go from highest point to lowest point situation, I'm getting that diagonal here that just slash it in two. So that's a very interesting thing. Yeah, you know. What was that? That's a fucking word P. Yeah, that's a very cool thing as well. I do remember this. The thing is, your techie logo is like Yeki, most of techie. Like that's a Y, that's not a T. Sadly. But I get it. I get it. Um, but yeah. But again, to me, this is pretty good because you really much end up with like your center point that is roughly aligned with your O. And if I were to take that, you almost end up at the edge. Like if I get that properly, and then I'm just aligning these, I'm getting something that is pretty organized. And if you don't like the Y, you can make it more fun. You can change the you can change stuff like we talked about this on the G research that we did last, I mean now 6 months ago, I guess. But you have a ton of options to get like letters with stems, specifically to get their stems to do other things than what you are expecting them to do. You can cut them in something that is flatter, in something that is less destructive, more destructive. If I guess I'm going to need to go back to the homepage for this. Not that. A font like this, for example, could be an option. This is the regular thing that people are doing for stems that they don't like. The Y is usually like a very, very diagonal thing, but I'm gonna say something wild on this one. If you take a G and let's say a minuscule, a lowercase G instead of a capital G, um, something like this, for example, or something like this. If I give you that as the Y, that's a G, right? I looked for a G. If for some reason I decided to do this, that is now a Y. So there are a ton of letters that you can use as references for the thing that you're trying to achieve. Maybe you're looking for, instead of using that, I don't know exactly what font you have, but let's say this is some sort of a Lato situation. If I just take a B or a Q, but usually B are going to be a bit like different. This is a wild thing to do. Um, yeah, you can then cut that by, just having this right here. And now you have a Y, even though not necessarily the best Y in the world, you have a Y that is a bit more uh, sturdy, more flat, more interesting. And it might match better with this one. And so if that's your issue, you could 100% just, do that and cut it out and play with that as a Y situation. Maybe have fun with that. You have so many options. So it's I that's the thing. I do like the name that you have taken because it is 5 letters. It has a center point that is a rotational point. That is an O, and like that helps so much. The issue that I have for me, even though you know, like that's the thing, that is not centered. The thing is, when you pronounce my name, you usually say that, which is centered rotational option. Like it's a fine issue. That's a very current American politics situation thing. Anyways, so I am going to say something that it is do as I say, not as I do situation because I hate it. If you can, please start the marketing as soon as you can, and yeah, do that as much as you can. Do the marketing as good as you can, because goddamn, is it the most annoying thing and the most time-consuming thing that you absolutely need to do at some point. Um, but yeah, like that's a lot of things that I said on this. But it's good. You did good. You did good on the design. It doesn't look as uh, amino, which is good. And that looks like shit. They have ads on everything. Please don't put ads on the app. And you should be good. Yeah. When I'm saying marketing, I'm not saying marketing site. I'm saying marketing as in doing the marketing and talking about the project and product basically every time you go out. Um, if I go here, this is marketing. That's a post um, about the product. This could be marketing. It's not, but you know, that is marketing. This is a lot of marketing. This is a lot of work. Um, and like all of that is presentation of um, you know, that's marketing. Even though it's not from them. Have you seen um sorry, that is funny if you know history enough. Uh specifically that. Goddamn. If the thing that I'm doing right now on TikTok is marketing. I am doing one video a day about um like the app that I'm building. And so every day there is at least a certain level of people that are looking at these videos. Obviously, I'm at the 300 view jail, which makes sense because my content is really bad. But that is marketing. As I said at the beginning of last, um, I mean, at the beginning, right about here, that one, I had 200 followers and I gained 100 followers in basically a month and a half by just posting every day. And I'm not getting much more because I'm not doing much more. And the video that I'm doing here are extremely simple, where I'm just um, like showing things, zooming out, pointing out, and then showing how things are behaving as much as I can. And that's it. Like, I'm not making any efforts in the video themselves. I might restart them if I'm making a mistake in what I'm saying. But I made a mistake right here, for example, and I just kept it. It's in there now. But yeah, like that's something that might be enough for you to just go through and be done with it. Um, yeah, that's also wild. Um, that's basically it, Kane. I sorry, I mm, I'm seeing something right there. I don't know if you know, by the way. Um, these bitch ass furry suits are expensive as fuck. Clearly, he has a ton of money, so it doesn't really, you know, it makes sense. But this is like probably 10K to 20K on the suit itself, just to have their logo in the center, if it's in fur as well. And that is for one video, probably. Um, and that video has like 3,000 likes, which means that it has like way more, like there's 10% of people that likes. Um, so that got it. Goddamn. But yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't advise to go there. And also Kane, yes, this is basically since month one, right here, when I talked about what I had in mind about the app, until now is from start to finish. Like the first version of the app, when I'm talking about that, you can see the hair is really shorter already. Um, but you have like a very, very minimalistic version of what I had on the first day of building the thing. Um, and it just looks like this. Like that was the ID. You just had your collection, and that's it, and nothing else. And now, God damn it, I forgot I can't do that. I can't zoom in. Um, bitch. And now you have way more stuff in there. That's the homepage. I still kept the same collection view, kinda. And you have the details. I still need to polish that section because it's kind of bad, but also it's a fucking form, so eh. But yeah, um, yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. What my brain said earlier today was if I build 100 side projects that are making me $10 a month each, that's 100. That's 1,000 a month. And a project that makes like $10 a month is not really good. But if it's constant, you know, could be good. Could be good. So maybe I'm not saying do the side project, but maybe do the side project. That's that might be a thing. Might be a thing. Um, but yeah, no. On the thing, most people that have like seen stuff and have commented in on there again. I really haven't had any negative comments in there. So the marketing thing that needs to happen soon, when I'm guessing at the end of the month, roughly, is going to be asking the people that have seen the app so far and enjoyed or interacted with it, say something along the line of, could you share that with your community? Could you talk about it? Could you, have something done for me so that it's something. I don't know. The good thing is that the app being a one-time payment, um once for like $20 ish, depending on where you are, um it's going to be pretty good, I guess. But yeah. And then Twitter, yeah, I don't know. I really have a hard time with video on Twitter. It doesn't really work for me so far. I guess it depends. But yeah, that's the marketing part. Anyways, going back to this while huddle happens. Um I agree. I agree. Um we've had not much, to be honest, happening in the rest of the like stuff. We have Nutty that has announced a new multi-stream um title updater, which is really cool. If you're someone that is streaming on multiple platforms, you now have the ability to get and manage your titles on multiple platforms through this plugin, which is pretty cool. So that's nice. That's about it. um, there has been something here, which is a sentiment from designers by designers at times, talking about that most of the generative AI apps currently are looking the same, and that person is trying to build something that looks different. It has a certain vibe to it, but it still feels generated and or 2024, 2025 vibes. It's still glass, not liquid glass. It is having particles, and then it will not be accessible in the slightest as soon as the images that are in the background become lighter. So this one is already really light, and the back home, the back button are really hard to read. So yeah, but the pattern in the background things are really something that I've been seeing for a bit. We had some news of Tobias creating more stuff and asking for the title earlier this week. Yes, earlier this week. The name of the app, it seems to be spatial right now. That seems to be the direction in which they go. So that's pretty cool. And then we've had things about icons. I think we should have been on there while we were talking about logos and stuff. Um, but that's the thing. This one was really cool. It's a very interesting new concept for I think it's a self-reflection slash journaling platform situation. And here, this is a slider to define how much align with yourself you feel. And I feel like this representation is really good. The details that I'm seeing here is that it is an extremely, extremely simple layout. The only thing that changes from the regular apps is the font is different. And then the color is a color that most people are not really using. There is a slight amount of, um, animations, but overall, it's a very cute thing. And yeah, just wanted to show that because it's cool. Because it's cool is one of the best options that we've had. Going back to pastel, coming back, we talked about that. And then, as I said, most apps right now are currently just updating themselves to liquid glass for iOS 26 to be supported. And that's about it. Like, we don't have much that are really, really much different. It's mostly just, you know, different stuff. This one was wild, though. This is, let me just pause right there. If you haven't seen it, this is crazy. So that person is just taking a picture of a light and the same way that Samsung was basically doing the same thing of adding the moon on top of the moon because it thought it was like, the moon. This one is doing the same thing. And that's crazy. That is crazy. Um, so yeah, everyone is doing the exact same thing with the fucking liquid glass, and that's not new. We've had some very, very slight things of the animations from Apple, as always. The this one, I would say, is some sort of a new design style. I've seen this more and more. I don't exactly know how I can call that. I feel like it would match with poster or collage. Um, it's a bit of an Art Nouveau, Art Deco, not Art Nouveau, situations where you have like blank of colors and very simple shapes with cutout of people or magazine or pictures or things on top of said shapes. It is that much of a pattern. This is the 15th project that I'm seeing that are kind of similar, that are using this concept. I had this idea as well for the perfume app, and I didn't. And I might still do it. I don't know. But it is a bit of a pattern. So if you are interested in that, that might happen. Might be interesting for you. Um, we had some glass thingy as well. Um, and then this one was crazy. That's wild. Um, there were more cats as always on my feed. There's always cats, so we do like it. If you haven't seen this on the Discord, I talked about it. Talked about it. Um, I shared that video about it. Framer just announced Framer design pages. So now instead of having to, not having to, but like instead of being in Figma, doing the design and then transferring that to Framer, you can basically do the design directly inside of Framer with the design environment, which is pretty good. The thing that I do like better about what Framer has done is that their design pages are containing only the tools that the design can, like, or only the tool that would allow the design to be replicated in code because it's based in code. So if you are building something in Framer design section, design pages, you will have for sure a one-to-one output of what you have designed, which is really good and much better than what Figma is allowing. Because for now, for example, in Figma, I can have glass, but if the glass is not available in the dev tool, if the dev in question I'm working with doesn't know how to do the glass system, they won't be able to achieve the same output. Whereas here, because you're building your design in Framer and then publishing your design through Framer, you will end up with a one-to-one exact output, which is really good. So that's a very good news. Very, very good news. More cats, as always. And then some pastels. And these are mostly like what we call candy buttons, basically because of the striped backgrounds. Candy wrappers, old candy wrappers are kind of similar, but it is pastel and candy at the same time, plus a lot of glass translucence with the colored shadow in the background. So that's a very interesting thing. It is following through the pattern of pastel, not so bright, still interesting, and going away from flat design, but it's also kind of still in the flat design era. So that's an interesting situation. Going back to what I was saying a second ago, these corners, which are like smooth corners, they are only available in iOS. So again, if you don't know that this is not something that is feasible or achievable in your dev tools, then you will end up designing something that is not achievable. So that's kind of sad. That is kind of sad. We saw this specifically the section at the top. I love this. Obviously, this is a very nice sticker effect release. There is a ton more with the other stickers that pops in and the tape at the bottom and so on. But this is a very interesting layout. I feel like, personally speaking, this rendering, this view is something that I kind of want to have in the app for the journaling section, because it makes more sense to have like a text at the bottom like this that is text based rather than entry based, if that makes any sense to anyone. At the moment, for me, in the perfume section, everything that I have or anything that I have related to my check-ins are limited to, for now, this rendering, which is sometimes like, obviously I'm testing the app, so I'm not the most proactive in writing, but these entries are don't feel personal enough. I feel like there is something that needs to happen for these things to feel and and look like they are a personal output that you are creating, rather than like this is more personal, even though it's not, than this. This is like technical, specifically with the numbers and the things. So I need more icons. I mean, I need more stuff. The base is there, but that's the next step of the design that I need to work on to make sure that everything is good. But yeah, so small design, small stuff. I think we talked about this one before. We kind of went through a similar process, and I think we had like a bit of a chat about that specific image in the past. This is a presentation of before and after of what hierarchy and some design changes could bring to a design. So you have the initial thing, which is probably what any first draft would be or would come from. If it's an AI creating these, that would be the same thing. And you are going from this to here simply by changing the font, the typography styles, some of the spacings here and there, but not too much, and mostly adding some different icons, some different navigation systems, as in at the top, instead of having like a very prominent back button, you just have a subtle back button. Instead of having all of your options laid out, you have your options inside of a more menu, and so on, to make sure that everything and every element in this page is attracting the attention of the user when they need to. So from here, I'm going to go through the buttons, then the titles, then the tags, then the text. And here, I'm going to go through the title, then the text. And then maybe I'm going to look at the tags and the navigation systems. But there is a key point of hierarchy and also like attention grabbing with the color differences that is way better here. Also, the navigation has changed, but that's like kind of wild. But yeah, this is a very good point, very good presentation of how things could work. We've seen this before for illustration, mascots as well, subclass. This one was from Costa, and then this one also kind of wild as well. Someone was basically complaining again about the effects in iOS 26. I think, let me just check that to make sure that I'm not saying anything wrong. Oh, well, I wasn't. Cool. That person has deleted their post. They were saying something, and then they got community noted by something that Steve Jobs was saying, that it was like a pretty cool animation. And I think that was what they were talking about here with the new animation in iOS 26 of transitioning in between windows, or opening an app in slow motion. You have something that is similar to this. So, yeah. And I saw that and I like it a lot, but I tried to do something like this earlier with a native drag and drop and I failed. That's for later. I'll work on it at some point. This is the same thing in the timeline for me. I kind of need to be able to edit and reorganize stuff. So we'll see. I remember this. So this is something we don't have a lot of information about it, which is kind of sad, but it's, it happens. It is one of the app project that I had in my head, which is pretty good that it's done now. I don't have to do it. But this is an interesting concept. The goal here is to provide outfit and fashion related content to the user that likes it, right? You share the shoes that you have, you share the outfit that you have, and how you like them, and so on. That is a very simple thing. My take on this, even though this is like a hackathon situation, if you haven't seen the Nano Banana image generation thing, today is the easiest day to be able to create a styler platform that takes a picture of you. Like you give the app a picture of you once, and then you give pictures of all of your clothes on white backgrounds so that it understands how it is, what it is, and so on. And then with Nano Banana, it would basically, which is basically the Google Gemini image generation, god damn, you basically have the ability to create and generate things and styles really, really quickly on the person. Right here, this is just a social app to showcase your styles. Like this is in my closet. That's the thing. That's all they are doing. It's not like generating styles for you. But yeah, it does remind me of something. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. This one was for Chris. Again, I don't know where you are on the music generation thing, but that, is a very cool thing. And then here, going back to what we talked about before, there is some coming back of some slight subtle details, but that's about it on this. This one was for Techie, which is currently in a huddle. The button is pretty interesting, but like it has some issues for me. Um, and let me click on that. Well, I don't think I can. Kane, I don't think I can. They don't have that. Um, this one was more like a break in the feed. That's it. Like nothing more than that. It's mostly something that just stands out because it's using such a bright color and such a different design compared to the rest of the views that I have on a daily basis that it's it's interesting. It stood out. So I just kept that in. Um which again, going back to what I said not so long ago, many times. Sometimes you don't need the latest design trend to stand out. You just need something that stands out to stand out. And sometimes it's just colors, sometimes it's just a different layout, sometimes it's just a different concept for something that already exists, but just presented differently. And that just makes sense. So, yeah. This one was really cool. So, Chiari is doing a lot of OBS ish streaming platform widgets and things. And now they have created a loyalty card, which is basically what I have in the check ins, but mine is automated. And instead of having like something that is visual, like making stamps and so on, it's just the thing that pops at the top of my head. But yeah, it's a very cool ID, cool system, cool concept. It's way heavier than what I have, but yeah, pretty cool. Really, really nice. Um, this one was for someone, and I forgot who that someone is. But this is a very interesting campaign for placing the currently active button. I think with Techie's app, we talked about that before for the placement. But this is a very interesting concept of sharing and showcasing where you could have anything in there and how it could look, not look, and so on. It's very cool to, work with it. So take a look at it. I knew you would pretty much like this one story. I I kind of knew. This one was wild. Do you remember when last month we had a we had the logo design thing, and I was like, this is kind of a shit logo, but the presentation is really good. This is not a shit logo, and the presentation is really good. So that whole thing is really nice. Um, it has a lot of like loud music and shit, but it's a very cool concept of having origami style presentation plus wooden box style presentation, and then matching the angles, as we said, for the font to the angles in the origami itself is pretty cool. The thing that I'm seeing is that this is probably like these transition are probably AI based for the creation of like paper version, black version things, probably, but maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool. And then the last thing that I saved today was this really cool text modifier, which I really need to spend more time on this because it looks amazing. And yeah, that's roughly it for this whole thing, which is really good. Um, and then going back to some of the things, that happens. Um, Michal is doing icons, and so I just posted this because we are basically all building the exact same fucking thing lately, based on the fact that we have um, all kind of um, discovered like the progressive blur in Figma and in Framer and in other platforms, and therefore now we're like, oh yeah, cool, we're gonna do an app icon with progressive blur. And some people in the comments and the replies of this, a lot of replies, have been asking if like we have um, grain, and grain in there is pretty cool looking. I don't know how good it looks through the stream. I have doubts that it's as visible as it is for me. It's still visible, but yeah, that's a pretty interesting thing. Most of the replies are just like one color, and that pisses me off because, you know, it's just um he just asked black or blue, and everyone is just replying with one post where they could have created like a fucking poll at the top, and yeah, a small detail. A small detail. Um, Other than that, goddamn. Other than that, um, things have happened. A lot of people have been complaining about this, which is absolutely true. Would you agree? Some of the latest like iOS 26 things have been off-centered when they used to be centered, as in most of the content is centered when they are here, and then in some models, some alerts, specifically for passwords, they are left aligned instead of being center aligned. It makes sense if the icon was also left aligned, which it was at some point, but yeah, uh, that's the thing. And then apparently the newest iPhones have the best like thermal, that's the word, the best thermals, which is good because that's what Apple claimed, and so for now that's a good thing. What I know, again, is this phone that I have, which is a 15 Pro, is running extremely hot since um I've been trying and starting to build apps. Since I've been building and using things that are using, or using apps that are using some of the dev features on the system, there is a lot of temperatures issues. because the system is running two things at once. It's trying to optimize for the system to understand what's happening and for the app to work as smoothly as possible. So there is a lot of things that are like not ideal, but still it's working. So that's the thing that I've noticed. And other than that, if or when my battery level is under 48%, I know it's wild, but under 48%, there is something that comes into play for the adaptive power usage that basically makes my phone twice as hot and the battery drain twice as fast. So their thing is broken. So yeah, if you want to shit on Apple, do that. You can do that. It's nice. It's okay. It's a good thing. But yeah, no. Other than that, we don't have much more, to be honest. And on this one, it's just gonna be not that good. Yeah, just some titties as always, because we can. And it's calf soft that I was looking for earlier. They have done something very similar in terms of the brain, not the navigation, but like the menu thing that we talked about. So there is another one that is pretty interesting in there. The thing that I don't like about this one is Capsoft is just not using voice. So you need to, how can I say that? You can't do things on your own if you don't really pay attention to the video. Like you absolutely need to get focused on the video and do the thing at the same time with a second screen, which is not my case. Or you're just gonna be watching the things. So that's why I'm more on the Sucodi section. Not that. This one. As I said, this person is probably using AI for the generation of the voice, and it doesn't really matter, to be honest. What I'm expecting, what I'm thinking, is that they are not English speakers natively. Like they are not native English speakers, and therefore they are basically just, doing what they can. And so they are using AI to they can type the English, but they just are using AI to explain what's happening in the video, and then they are just making the video match exactly what happens. And it's really good. Like the output is really good. So if if you are interested in learning Swift and creating things, that would be highly recommended. As I said before, this whole video specifically is the reason why I have this. This card is based on that. That's you can recognize the rotation, the things, the whatever. I followed that tutorial. I got the cards in, and now it works. I'm really happy with it. Obviously, there is just one card on this presentation that I just showcased, but like in most of the time, there is like two, and sometimes three. So yeah, Terracon, hi, welcome, welcome back. How is you? How's the day going? How was the day? So yeah, it's an interesting thing. But that's about it. Like I don't think I have anything else yet to show for real. Good day, cool. And that's what's important. I makes no sense. Stony, always do you have like 1080p? I think you do. I think you do. But yeah. Yeah, please. What do you need exactly? Which one is it? Is it dev? Apps? I think it's app, right? App dev dash dev. Yeah, that's. uh, I went to a cursor event, which is like the AI assistant thing IDE that I'm using for building the apps, and I'm going to the events just because it's free and it's nice, and they have a tendency of overspending on food. They tend to just like buy a lot of pizza, so I don't eat the pizza, but I just I go there and then I take the pizza that is not eaten at the end of the event, and I send that to the homeless on the way back to my place. So I did that the first time, was kind of nice, and I did that this time as well. Um, so yeah, it's pretty nice. It was pretty nice. The first guy was surprised because I had like 2 bucks left, and I I offered him the top one, like, do you want a pizza? And I was like, really? I said yes, and then he took the second one, the one that I had on my second hand, and I wasn't like sending to him, and I was like, cool, take that. This is like a bit of an uncertainty with the homeless people, specifically in Paris, and I get it. Specifically when you give food, you don't know if the food itself is safe, if it's poisoned, not poisoned, and so on. So I understand like the move of taking the second pizza, but yeah, it happens. But it's nice. But yeah, and the news is some of the things that are going to come to the IDE, not this one, but like the one that I'm using usually, are coming in soon-ish, but also, you know, not that soon. They are expecting this by the end of the month, so it's like in 2 weeks, obviously, so that's soon-ish, but like it's going to be something for the addition of a better, how can I say that? Um, a better planning mode is the idea that they have, which I think is pretty good. And then they also want something like a better oh, that makes no sense. A better task and plan and roles and command mode. That's the thing that they are trying to build. So yeah. Stony, any details on what you're looking for specifically? Because right now, I don't know. That's an interesting take. You said something about colors earlier. You said an overlay color thing that you figured out, but I don't know what you're talking about specifically. Um, oh, so what you're saying is I should go into that magnificently transparent and accessible section and change the theming? That's what you're saying? Interesting take on this. Huh. baby. I'm guessing this is a system thing, probably, that is kind of broken. Oh, that. That's wild, though. Huh. Um, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It happens. Um, any specifics? I don't have access to it, Kane. It does not work. I can't. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. Yeah, something's wild though. Your grays are not the same level of brightness, which is kind of sad, but I get it. Uh, mm, yes, the surface color are going to disappear, kind of, in here. 1 second. So basically, your surface is, or your elevation, if that's the thing that you are talking about, technically. They are really, really light, and most of the 30, 40, and 50 are like white. Like this is pure white, and pure white. So it doesn't really change anything. It's just the level of shadows that impact the levels of height. But yeah, that's the thing. Nope. Still nope. And I don't have Google Drive. That's why I'm not clicking on allow access. I don't have it there. That account. So yeah, is this the thing that you're talking about the surfaces? I think. No, it's. I mean, it's a permission thing, but it's a permission thing. So yes, it is. Anyway. Hmm. I need to repeat 1 second. Mm-hmm. So it's gonna not dealing with certain themes, and when you are in light mode, the buttons are just one gray visual vision. Huh? Huh? So you're saying that if I change the surfaces colors, um, in some situation, we end up with some stuff, and it depends on the theme. Yeah. So I think you're missing one of the point, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Um, the level of colors is supposed to be kind of similar, anyways, in terms of lightness and darkness and stuff. So most of these are the grays, right? These are the base grays that we're using these for, um, at least it should be. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are supposed to have similar level of lightness, which is similar to the OKLCH system that everyone is talking about lately. The goal is to know that gray dark is the neutral one, which is going to be used for anything that is red based. The mauve is for anything that is like kind of purple E base. The slate is for anything that's blue based. The sage is anything that's green based. And olive is something that is darker than sage, but also like green based. These and sand is like red. My goal in the beginning was that the user wouldn't be able to select surface color. These are automated based on the colors that they select. So if, for example, the user was like, oh, I'm using blue as my accent color, the slate is going to be used because it's the blue based thing, so that it matches. You don't want to have a red based and blue accent color. So right now I'm in sand. It makes more sense if I have something that is like orange or potentially brown, but even the brown is kind of wild. Like a red based makes more sense. If I go into sage or like, I mean, this one is really a very light sage for some reason. It makes sense if my main color is green. So that these grays in any shape options in light mode, they are going to be like a very subtle thing. Like I can see that this is a bit bluer, and so it makes more sense for blue themes. I can see that this one is a bit more subtle, so this is like a red base or neutral version. If I go into the red version, a red base gray with a red accent color or an orange accent color is going to work together, and that's going to be fine. Again, in my initial opinion, initial ID, the surface color was not something that was accessible for the user to select in the settings. That was something the system decided to match stuff and make things makes more sense. But you know, just saying. If you selected the blue purple, I mean, if you selected a purple base, you have the mauve gray. If you selected the blue base, you have a slate, a green. It's one of the sage. and a dark gray is one of the red-ish thing to match. That was my initial idea. However, if you want the user to be able to select multiple grays, that's an option. But yeah, I mean, if you go blue with blue or blue with like purple, it matched together. They are making sense. Like that doesn't work. That doesn't work. So you do this, and like this one is slate, so this is more on the cyan section. This one is the red orange situation. This one is the most in the center, the which is zinc for you, which should work for most of them without any issues, but it's just like sometimes, you want some quick additions, and so on. So yeah. Um, I think it's because you are using the Tailwind colors and not the colors that we have in Radix, which is fine. Again, that's a fine thing, but I would need to give you like a better output input thing. Yeah, I see. Indeed, it does. Did you do that with Nano Banana? Basically, the same thing. That's wild. That is wild. Again, if you want to take my ID from earlier, please do it. uh, just the the business ID that I have and the app ID that I had was user take pictures of themselves so that the AI first understand body proportion and things. Then user takes pictures of all of their clothes in their wardrobes. And then on any given day, same thing as the perfume collection that I have, based on the weather, based on the location, based on the clothes rotation, and so on, you propose 3 styles for the day that are generated during the night so that it's like ready in the morning, and also so that it can be like at 1 hour difference so it doesn't cost that much. And so in the morning, the user goes in the app for the first thing in the morning, and they have 3 styles that they can pick from for the day. They don't need to think about it. It's picks for them based on the weather, based on their preferences, based on what they've worn in the past, and so on. I think it could work. I think it could work. And specifically now that you can just generate a perfect outfit, like again, from what you just shared, you can generate this, which is a realistic version of the user with the clothes that they have. And the good thing is, like, the proportion and the options is always going to be the same. So you could, based on the systems, right, define a way to have, like, user has 3 pairs of pants. And so these 3 pairs of pants, one of them is really much for the summer, and the other 2 are for any seasons. Therefore, the one that is just for the summer is going to go with the summer clothes. And that's an algorithm that just define this is for summer, so it's never going to be generated for anything else. And once you have generated an outfit, a full outfit with the list of all the thing that is in the user collection, you then save that image. So this thing that is generated, you save that, and that's in cache. That's just on database, so that that outfit that is working and matching with a specific weather, specific output, specific things is available to the user in one click, so they don't need to regenerate something. So you, on your end, any new user is basically going to cost you much in the beginning because you need to generate plenty of potential combination of outfits. But then once you have like, I don't know, 80, 100 outfits that are generated per users, that user, unless they are re-changing and rebuying new clothes every day, they don't cost you anything, but they are still paying for the generation that you've done in the past already, but you haven't like proposed. And yeah, like that's please steal that, do that. Yeah, weather, location, occasion is the thing. Again, I I don't want to say that, but this is exactly what I'm doing here. Weather, location, and occasion. So basically here, if I had finished this, I would be proposing things for a date night because it's the evening. Therefore, it's probably going to be a date night. If it's early in the morning, it's going to be something for the gym. If it's in the morning for going to work, like around 8, uh, very French, around 8, it's going to be work-related recommendations and so on. So that's the same system. It's just like you would have cards with multiple outfits, and be good with that. I think it's a great idea. um, so, Darwin's college, I guess. Darwin college is going to be the system. So in your in your grays, Stony, that's the grays that you're using. You only have yeah, kind of. You only have these 5, or at least you should have only these 5s instead of all of these. I feel like you have created more um, uh, based on the Figma file, but not based on what you have access to. And because Radix has multiple different grays, you have implemented more grays than what you needed. So I would say um, you may have like an option in Prime View to get something. Bitch. Sorry. Yeah. But that's different. Do we have something for colors? No, it's just themes, right? Yeah. Um, yeah. I need that list basically. I need to see this, but technically I don't give a shit. It doesn't it's not that different. I just need this. It's gonna be the same. It doesn't matter. You may have the ability to select from the grays the 500, and from said 500 you would be able to have that's wild. you would be able to extract something. So let's say here I have my 500. In the preview, I would be able to detect what is the hue in that system. So if it's like in HSL, if you have your system in HSL, I don't know if that's the case, you would be able to detect that, oh, okay, we are in 278. 278 for the grays are going to be the mauve, the kind of purple grays. So that could be the thing. That could be the thing. There. Okay, cool. I wish we had like a fucking copy paste right here rather than that, but yeah. Also, Kane, to answer your question, it's a great idea, yes. And why am I not doing it? Because I'm not really someone that wants to build apps that requires APIs. And I would require like an API stuff to manage the data and go fetch the fucking generated images and so on. So unless I can like extract or do the processing on the phone directly, which is going to happen soon with the iPhone 17, for example, I'm probably not going to have anything external. As long as as long as I can run the LLMs and the image generation system directly on device, I would do it. But because I can't right now, I'm not doing it. That is the reason. That is the reason. Yeah. By the way, the fucking that doesn't help. That is not gonna change anything. In whatever I can. That file doesn't help me in any ways. I just need to see these. That's it. I need to see that in college, not in code. Because sadly, I can't just paste that here. If I could, I would. But yeah. Like I just need this array of colors. That's the it's right there. So I know we don't have more, which is the issue, and the reason why you have more than what we have right here. But if you use the 500, you should be able to detect that slate is a blue based, gray is a neutral base, or it's supposed to be like a neutral / blue based. The zinc is the most neutral one. It's supposed to be like a roughly 0, and then the neutral, not really, but like neutral is a bit of a greenish based, and then stone is a bit of a reddish based. So when you go into that, god damn it, bitch, get down. When you go into this and you look at the variable itself, you can see that it's in the orange section, and the hue is right there. When you go into the thing is, the neutral is not necessarily all the time the pure. It depends on where it is. I think the zinc is a tad blue, just a tad, yes. And so you should be able to. That's what I'm saying, Stony. In terms of technical ability, you should be able to detect that there is a range. And so you could create something that says if main accent color is in the range of X amount in hue in your HSL version, you then detect and use the one that is the closest. So that might be the things. Um, yeah. The thing is, I don't know if you need all of that. You basically just need one for each of the primaries. You need one for the blue, one for the red, and one for the green, and potentially one for the yellows, which is like basically orange, if you wanted to. But that's roughly it. The thing is, your best bet, and that's gonna piss you off, but your best bet right now is to potentially use like the base system and use the OKLCH system to detect and define the grays, because that's an option as well. You should be able to, or at least you have been able to, in OKLCH, to get the proper color extracted from the things. But yeah. Lise, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? All day. Also, Tickle, hi, welcome in. Everyone arrives at the end. That's crazy. I am the same. I am tired as fuck, but that's because of medicine, so that happens. But I'm good. I am good. Goddamn. Um, but yeah, no, Sony, that's the thing. Tickle, it's the. I mean, you probably can't hear me though. it's um, it's Twitch issue and my stream issue. So you probably have the player that doesn't work, and it's yeah, I know, it's it's annoying. Sorry about that. It's a me system. It's a me issue. I need to fix that, but I don't have the time. I have Mint. I have used it in the first version. I don't know if I have access to it. Are they still annoying? No. So I have checked what they have done, and it's really shit. So, yeah. In many streams, that's the first time. Well, usually for everyone else, it's just my stream. So yeah. Um, it's like they are doing things and they are saying that you can have like grainy gradients and other shit and whatever shaders you want. And then from there, you can change the speed, change other things, and play with that, which is, you know, it's interesting. It's cool. It's an interesting concept. It would probably be like interesting in the output, but it's just it. It's not good. Like they made so much. They made such of a big deal out of what they wanted to have and what they were about to release and talk about and so on. And people got hyped about it, which makes sense. You know, it's okay. But then they released stuff and okay, it looks cool. What the fuck do you want me to do with it? I can't do shit with this. This has no fucking um effect or options or whatever. It's just like it doesn't interact with the background. It doesn't do anything. It's just it. I I don't get it. And people in specifically on Twitter were like, paper is gonna take over Figma, and it's gonna be something that is so much better, and so on. You have nothing. The only thing that is good is, yeah, right, hi, work on it, is the AI generation thing, because in the AI generation thing, you have the ability to create multiple images at once with multiple, god damn it, with multiple um, models to see what is going to be like the output and which one is best and so on. That is the only thing that makes sense. Other than that, I'm so sorry, but this is absolute shit. What I personally don't like is this. God damn it. That's what they show me. And you, by the way. That is exactly what they are showing us in the preview. They are basically saying you would have the ability to get layers, components, and tokens. You would have the ability to get many layers. There is a pen tool, a hand tool, a comment section, components, blending mode or Boolean operation that are right about here. And then on the other side, you have a ton of things with collaborative cursors and so on. And so all of that, you know, makes it all sense. And it's really appealing and it seems really interesting. And that is the reason why people are saying it could potentially take over Figma. Where is it? Like, we're talking about a tool called paper.design. That thing. And so when you arrive on this thing, you have nothing. You have the hand tool, you have a frame tool, and a rectangle tool. And they are expecting us to expect or to work with that. We don't have components. We don't have tokens. We don't have any of the things that are presented here. So it's just, I get it. I get it, right? Fine. The thing is, what pissed me off is this. If I go back in here and we go through, or two, if I can find it, it's been a bit, to be honest. I made or recorded this video right here on May 22nd. And in May 22nd, I got sneak access to paper. And since then, nothing has changed. Not a single thing in the app has changed. I don't get it. So, yeah, that is the situation. That is the situation. Yeah, and since I have the heart condition, I'm not doing pull-ups on stream, specifically because I'm taking this medicine at 3 in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon, roughly. This is supposed to make my heart rate go down. So if I'm doing something that is making my heart rate go up, it's a bit counterproductive. So yeah, not gonna do that. That is why the pull-ups are not there. But yeah, like that's the main issue that I have with pen with paper. It's just like it looked interesting. They teased it really well, and then and then nothing happened. Yeah, no, nothing. In the morning. In the morning is fine. That's why I go to the gym in the morning. You know, waking me up. All that. And yes, Tickle. Penpot is better than Figma in some situations. It's just almost the same. And that's the issue. It's too close to Figma in the sense that we are missing things like some shortcuts that we are used to in Figma to do in a certain way. But because of reasons, they don't do that in Penpot. So when you arrive on Penpot for the first time, as a Figma person, you are kind of on your own, but you don't exactly know what you can do and what you should be doing. So, yeah, that's the reason why Penpot is not taking over. It should have, but there is like so many potentials and things that could happen where they need to work on the marketing for sure to help everyone understand and so on. That's the plan. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. It is a bit of a weird thing. So yeah, Stony, for your color issues, I think the best option is going to go with the I mean, you could create a system if you wanted to. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud at this section. You could create a system if you wanted to that just state or use the accent color that the user is using. Good job, me. So, let's say I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say you have it's gonna be a wild one. You have a user that is selecting the purple, and that's the 500 for the purple. From here, you can extract that same purple, and by being in HSL, you can change the saturation level to be roughly at 8 or 16 or whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. And so you can basically do that and shift the entire color scheme to gray. Not too gray, but like too gray-ish. Meaning that if I had like, I'm gonna again do that really badly. It's gonna be fine. It is gonna be fine. Right? That is really bad, and I shouldn't do that this way, but that's what I have right now. So if you have this, and then you shift these, all of these, to a lightness of 16, like not a single one goes anywhere else, and maybe 16 is like not enough, but it doesn't really matter. You will end up with a gray color palette that is aligned with your initial color. And that doesn't really matter what color they take. So based on what you currently have with your array of colors, whatever the user decides to pick from here, you just desaturate it with the saturation scale and use that as your surface color. And that should be good as a system, because instead of having it being these 7 options that you have, you basically have all of these options, because the system would just generate automatically the things for you. Is that an option for you? Or would that be an option in your head? So I feel like this is the easiest thing to do. I'm going deep, way too dark, way too fast. Yeah. Same. I want early retirement too. I mean, I already have early retirement because I haven't been working for the past 2 years. So, you know, it's something, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, we should both sell feed peak and be rich, just, you know, for the sake of things. Ah, that's the reason. So the system that I just gave you, Stony, is supposed to work. Obviously, I'm biased, but yeah, it's supposed to work and give you exactly what you need by desaturating the colors to a certain degree. So it works every time, and you should end up with something that is pretty good in both modes, because it's just a saturation slider that you change. So you can I forgot, that's on me.
A place regarded in various religions as a spiritual realm of evil and suffering, often traditionally depicted as a place of
Yeah.
where the wicked are punished after.
So yeah, you have the ability to do that. You could 100% just have your saturation at like 0.2 or 0.1 something for the entire color things with the saturate effect, but also there is like a saturation level that I forgot what you could have. But yeah, like it is an option. So basically, if you wanted to do that really simply, you would, that would be weird, but you would have the entirety of the slates, the surfaces as you call them, to take the exact same colors as the accent color. and then they just, if surface, they have an added property of saturation 0.1 or something. That should give you exactly what you need. Should. God damn it. So that should do it. That should be it. You should be fine. It should be okay. It should be okay. I did nothing. I did nothing. Um, but yeah, that should work. That's what I'm saying. I see Kenny's live. I see Maya's live. I see Hilford's live. God damn, everyone's live. That's crazy. I see Cat's live. God damn. That's crazy. They're not live, indeed. Indeed. Where are you going, Stony? What's the destination on today's destinations? I am tired too. That is what happens. That is what happens. I'll press the button. That happens. Alright. As always, thanks a lot for being here. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, it's going to be on YouTube, as always. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. And yeah, if you want to give me some money, you can subscribe or buy UI kit. Otherwise, you can also just learn some Japanese. You know, it's helpful. And then soon I would have like a third one for the perfume app. This end of stream thing is going to be longer and longer, just like me. Nope, it's not. So yeah. Anyways, Techie, you won. Congrats. That's impressive. That is impressive. But yeah. That's the thing. So yeah, Stoney, you should be able to do that. It should be fine. It should be easy. It's a filter. It's a CSS filter. It should work. Anyways, as always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you all next time. Bye.